Alright, everybody. I think she's done. I think. I could be wrong, though. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Higurashi. It's been a while. Well, it's not really been that long. I streamed it like a week or so ago. It must have been 2 weeks because it's off my Twitch now, so it's off my Twitch VODs, but I still have kind of forgotten what's happened. I remember Satoko had a little bit of a meltdown, and Satoshi and Shion slash Mion were fighting, and then she let it, Shion let it slip that she was pretending to be Mion. I think that's what I remember. Alright, let me make sure everything looks good. Not sure. Okay. Alright, I also want to point out I now have a, socials command, so if you guys are interested in following me on my socials, you can hit that. Or I should say a socials, oh, well, maybe it don't work right. Why is my thing not working? Huh. Are those links working for you guys? Okay, the blog is, for sure. Huh. Okay. Well, check and see if those links work for you guys. I may have to change the socials link in Stream Elements. Let's try it again, actually. I'm gonna try it again. Aha! That actually looks much better there. I think it should come up. Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't put the, commas in between into the, commands. That's why. I also have a new raid message, so whenever we go to raid, we'll have that you all can go spam. And I also have a new merch command as well, which is just my Streamlabs at the moment. Yeah, you guys can go check out my merch. I just uploaded a lot of new stuff today, so if you guys are interested, please go check that out. Alright. So we're back with Higurashi. We're in Arc 5. Excuse me. Which is the arc with Shion and Mion and describing what happened between the sisters and all of that goodness. Alright, let's continue on. The cops weren't smart enough to separate us during questioning. Oishi didn't come talk to me. His aim was Satoshi-kun and nobody else. I got a young cop who just talked about ordinary things. He must have been trying to ease me into the interrogation. When I realized that, the clumsy way he spoke began to frustrate me. Is Satoshi-kun alright? I didn't think Satoshi, or Oishi, really bought my testimony. He must have been really trying to get Satoshi-kun to confess in spite of that. All I could do was pray that he'd keep quiet. This music is very calming. Oh, it's this guy. The phone on the desk rang. And the cop picked it up.
Hi, Kumagai desu.
Kumagai, that's his name. Oishi always calls him Kuma-chan.
Hi? ああ、そうですか。わかりました。すぐに。
Oh. Nipa! Nipa! Thank you for redeeming the Nipas. Always appreciated, especially on Higurashi days. He hung up and told me somebody had come to retrieve me. Looked like Satoshi-kun had to stay. Were they going to continue the interrogation just because he had nobody to come pick him up? Although maybe I should have been worrying more about myself. The hag had probably heard about me by now, since I revealed my real identity to the police. I couldn't hide any longer. I was going to receive some sort of punishment. I had no idea what she'd end up doing to me. The degree of punishment for a traitor is always severe in the world of the Sonozakis. The punishment must be carried out. If it's to protect the family's reputation, it's carried out no matter what. Maybe I should kiss my pinky finger while I still can. I asked the young cop, just in case.
ねえねえ、アメリカなんかでよく死刑囚が死刑廃止の州で捕まると引き渡さ
No,
ないで
she's
くれるっていう
vacuuming
話あるじゃないですか。
again. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I apologize. Maybe it was too difficult for him. Hi, Jaju! How did your, re-debut go? It was a re-debut, right? I don't remember what to call it. Or was it just a model reveal? Yeah, re-debut. Okay, I was right. I didn't want to screw it up. Did it go well? I hope it went well. I was only able to lurk because I was busy working on things, but you seem to have a lot of people, like, really love it while I was there. It was fun, but my throat died. I bet. What was it, a 12-hour stream or 8 hours? Maybe it was too difficult for him. He just looked puzzled. A glossy black car... oh my god. Say that 20 times fast. A glossy black car was waiting for me in front of the police station. A few men from my dad's office bowed to me.
Shion-san, ご無沙汰しております。
That's very valid. Never go longer than you feel like you should. I try to keep mine within 2 to 3 hours. At the 3 at the absolute latest. I've gone up to 6 hours before when I'm like super invested, but it hurts. Oh, internet issues suck. I'm so sorry. Your models looked really good though.
葛西は
I just got mine. So I'm all into the model reveal stuff right now. I try to support everyone else's models because I know how much work it took to get mine made, so... I didn't make mine, by the way. Someone else made it, but it took a lot of work for them because it's very complex, so... You're welcome, you're welcome. Kase has been helping me ever since my escape from the school. They wouldn't allow him to walk free.
お姉はどうしてるの？何か言ってる？
私たちはシオンさんを本家へお連れしろとしか言われていませんので。
Only good things happen at the main house.
詳しくは本家でお尋ねになってください。
Also, by the way, my classic game night challenge, I extended that out for another 30 days, because I was very inactive for like a month or so, and I don't want you guys to feel like you're punished for that. So if you guys want to donate at all to that challenge, feel free. I have extended it out. I'm gonna be a little more active this month. I'm gonna be streaming at least 2 to 3 times a week, preferably. So feel free to donate to that. And I still haven't decided what we're playing, but I have some ideas. After saying that, he escorted me into the car. A man sat on either side of me. Obviously, they didn't want me to escape. Thinking of Satoshi-kun, I looked back at the police station. Hold on tight, Satoshi-kun. I'll grin and bear it too. The car started off roughly. I don't know how far I am into this this chapter, so I have no idea when things are gonna get, like, super dark. It was never a good occasion when I went to this house. Except when Mion and I were really small, oblivious of what the Sonozaki name meant for us. I'd been here only when I had to attend boring family councils. The car parked behind the house. Traders aren't allowed in through the main gate. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I'm burping for some reason. I did just have dinner, so... Witchy digestion issues. I got out of the car. Looked like Sis would be the only person to receive me. I almost spoke to her casually, but her cold gaze froze me before I could.
お久しぶりですね、
Whoa.
シオン。
Sis? Are you good? Do we need to have a conversation?
新年以外に会えるとは思いませんでした。
Oh, she's probably acting like that because of her, their grandmother. It gave me the chills to hear her greet me in that cold manner.
ミオン姉様こそ、ご機嫌麗しゅうございます。
By the way, Mion and Shion are both voiced by the same voice actor, which is very impressive, actually.
新年以外にお顔が見れて、3問くらいの得を感じます。
I responded, trying to sound likewise.
当主は大変ご立腹ですよ。どう釈明されるか見ものです。私がするような釈明なんて別にないですし。
I had no excuse. I'd escaped from the school solely because I couldn't stand it there. That was all.
シオン、来なさい。皆待っています。
Mion escorted me and the others followed. We went to the garden, not into the house. As we passed through the huge yard into the woods, I realized where she was taking me. To the basement. I don't know. When we were little, we were told never to go near these woods. I had a vague idea of what was in the back of them. I heard there was a hidden entrance to the underground torture room, the basement. See, I was right. Where they used to punish the enemies of the family. The more hideous rumors I heard about the family, the more credible those rumors seemed. Well, I wasn't completely certain about any of that. I never expected to see the torture room for myself. We came to a concave clearing in the middle of the woods. I saw a metal door at the bottom of it. The door reminded me of a bomb shelter.
これが噂の地下実験室ってやつですね。
I was surprised to hear my own voice. My voice was trembling. As most voices would be if, they were going into the torture room. My voice was trembling. It made me realize I was more scared than I thought. Nobody answered my question. The very air felt tense. According to the family rules, one of the twins must be eliminated. What? Was I finally going to be eliminated? Yeah, standard issued murder basement. It's fine. Everything's fine. I realized I had been underestimating my punishment. I hadn't been aware of the real terror until now. I just thought I was. Beyond the steel door, the air had an intimidating smell. This really was happening to me. I shouldn't allow myself to give in to fear. I felt like saying something rude, but my lips were dry. My fingers were fidgeting. I was escorted through the narrow hallway and down a few sets of stairs. There I saw another huge steel door. So this was the place. It was spacious and utterly looking odd room. The room had two sections that looked completely different. One side looked like a lounge. I saw several high-ranking members of the family council sitting on cushions there, looking expressionless. So they can watch when the torture happens. They gotta be comfy, while they're watching other people be tortured and murdered. It's only fair. The other half was tiled, as if in a large public bath. What the hell is that music? This was already puzzling enough. It picked up when I was not expecting it to. And there were those things. To be honest, they had captured my attention from the moment I arrived. I noticed them even before I saw the lounge in tiled space. I just didn't want to accept that they existed. I couldn't stand straight. I almost dropped to my knees. But I couldn't. 2 young men had been holding me by the arm since I got there. Oh, it's gonna get dark very soon. Alright. That's fair. Well, because the last, like, few chapters, there were some dark shit happening, but it was a little bit more on the tamer side, and now we're getting into the, okay, it's gonna get dark, and it's gonna get dark fast segment here. There were oddly shaped things hanging from the wall, and I was just refusing to recognize what they were. I knew exactly what they were called. I see. I understood that those eerily shaped objects were torture devices from hell.
だほがどの面下げて戻ってきた思うとっとと
Thanks, Grandma. The hag, sitting at the front of the lounge, intimidated me in a horrid voice. She kept cursing me for a little while, but she was so incensed that I could barely tell what she was saying. I know what she was trying to say, though. The hag was willing to forgive my escape from the school. But once I revealed my identity to the police, she had to step in. Since I had disobeyed the family rules, she, as the leader, was forced to punish me. Moreover, there was one thing that bothered her more than anything else. The fact that I covered for Satoshi-kun. The Hojo family had been seen as traitors to the village ever since the dam conflict. Satoshi-kun is still considered one of them. She couldn't accept that I was connected to him. To me, this was a bit unexpected. I'd escaped from the school the hag had put me in. All the while, I'd believed that was what she was upset about. But in fact, she said that she was the most uncomfortable with my connection with Satoshi-kun. I couldn't believe this. Of course, I knew that Satoshi-kun's family was persecuted by their betrayal. But I didn't think that Satoshi-kun was also burdened with that responsibility.
そんなのサトシ君関係ないじゃないですか。サトシ君の親はわかるとしてもサトシ君個人には何の責任もな。
Ah, Tub's here! Hello, Tub! Good morning! It's kind of evening for me, but that's fine.
しゃあらしいわ
Oh, shit! The hag interrupted me with a shout, which made me cower in fear. She continued slandering the Hojos and said that Satoshi-kun was a cursed child. I started feeling pissed off. What did he do to deserve this? What was he being blamed for? It was too late when I realized I'd said that out loud. The hag looked furious. I'd obviously upset her. Is it always morning, though? Is it? I decided to repeat myself to make it very clear how I felt. I mean, it's always morning somewhere, I guess.
ばあさん、あんた何言ってんの？黙って聞いてれば言いたい放題。
何番ねすったら口の利き
やかましい。
Oh!
しまいまで聞きなよ、バカ野郎。
Whoa! Shion, whoa! I shouted loudly to silence the
だい
hag.
たいあんたはサトシ君の何を知ってるの？サトシ君のことをよく知りもしないくせにまるで彼を害虫みたいに言い捨てて。サトシ君がどんなにいい人か私はよく知っている。彼が北条だからいけないの？バッカみたい。時代錯誤も甚だしい。
Whoa!
園崎の私が北条のサトシ君と一緒にいたのがそんなにも不愉快なの？くったらないくったらないバッカみたい。こんな安っぽい色味釣りを自分で体験できるなんて思わなかったな。
Her laugh cracks me up. I could never replicate that. My voice becomes hoarse from shouting. My face was messy with tears. Even so, I didn't feel like putting a stop to my emotional explosion. I was all too aware that I was doing this just to overwhelm my fear. The hag was glaring at me while breathing heavily. I glared back at her as fiercely as I could. Eventually, I realized that her sticking point was my relationship with Satoshi-kun. She wasn't only upset that I had a mere connection with him.
そっか。ミオンがそういう告げ口をしたわけか。
It was as though Mion was wearing a mask. She didn't budge under my penetrating glare. That was what the hag was really unhappy about. The fact that I was in love with Satoshi-kun. I don't know why you're laughing.
確かに私、自分が園崎家だとか、サトシ君が北条家だとか、そんなの全然興味ないし、認めますよ、認めます。私は北条サトシ君が好きです。彼のことが大好きです。それっていけないこと？人が人を好きになるのに何か理由が必要？
I could see the relatives shaking their heads in turmoil. Among them, I saw my mom. She must have been trying to protect me. But even she wouldn't look at me. Instead, she looked silently at the floor.
後ろのあんたたちも聞こえてるでしょ？私おかしいこと言ってる？あんたたちだってサトシ君をよく知れば、彼がどんなに素敵な男の子で、私が好きになるのがおかしくないことがすぐにわかる。
They don't care. I don't know why you think they care. They don't.
なのに、なんで相手の人格も知ろうとしないで一方的に。
Mion put out a hand to silence me. There, she slowly walked in my direction. Then she slowly walked in my direction.
もう結構です、シオン。あなたの言い分と覚悟はよくわかりました。
Mion put her head close to mine and whispered.
シオンの覚悟はよくわかったよ。でもここまで言い切っちゃったら、シオンがけじめをつけてみせるしかない。けじめ？なんで私がなんでそんなバカな。シオン。
Mion's face turned cold again. She calmly told me.
あなたの言う個人の理屈は多分正しい。でもね、あなたも理解していると思うけど、ここはひなみ沢で、私たちは園崎家なの。御三家の末席で、今、そしてあなたは仮にも、園崎家次期当主である、それが、
I interrupted her.
あんたとは、こっちに帰ってから、どうもそのあたりの話が食い合わないですね。大人の事情みたいなことばっか。ひなみ沢？園崎家？だから何？私はそんなの全然興味な。聞きなさい。
Mion interrupted me just like I did her.
シオンは今日まで沖宮で生活するにあたってどれだけの人の世話になってる？
Chill shot through my spine.
葛西さん、奥の牢屋にいる。
Did they hurt Kasai? I'll be sad.
なんで葛西が？
I knew why, of course. The moment I got caught, those who had helped me were destined to meet the same fate. We were all subject to the punishment of betrayal. Maybe my punishment would be lighter than what they'd been going through. Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro must have been treated much worse than this. Everybody who helped me was falling victim.
シオンがどういう目にあっても、お世話になった葛西さんや吉郎おじさんがどうなるかまでは考えが及ばない。
My head rapidly cooled down. My aggression was all used up. I should be able to bear whatever punishment they'd bring on me. But I resented the fact that I'd be putting the people who supported me at risk.
シオン、ばっちゃんに謝って、けじめをつけてみせれば、シオン一人だけの話で全部済む。
Will it be that simple, though?
誰にも迷惑をかけない。でも、ミオン、私、間違ったこと言った？そんなにも悪いことした？
The moment Mion learned that I wasn't willing to apologize, her expression turned cold again. She turned her back to me and returned to the lounge. I talked back to the hag in a really harsh manner. I told her that I didn't do anything wrong, yet I had involved so many people who I owed so much. It went without saying, This was my responsibility. I was the sole person to blame, and no fault lay with them. Yes, Kasai and Yoshiro-san were blameless, just as Satoshi-kun was. But then, as if she had read my mind, Mion turned around, gave a slight nod. It was possible that something was going to happen to Satoshi-kun. On top of Kasai and Uncle Yoshiro. That can't happen. Satoshi-kun, I mean, nobody else should be punished. Please forgive them.
何ですか、シオン。
Tears rolled down my cheeks. I no longer cared about my pride.
ごめんなさい。私が間違っていました。許してください、当主様。
I should have said what the hag wanted to hear. Yet she still looked unsatisfied. Maybe that wasn't too surprising. I had just denounced her so badly in front of the relatives. She wouldn't forgive me so easily. Yeah, maybe if you would have started with that, instead of, lashing out. Just then, Mion spoke as the successor.
ではシオン、どうやってけじめをつけるつもりです？
Ooh.
けじめってどうすれば？
Nothing could be scarier than being told to pay up while standing next to horrid-looking torture devices. I was completely terrified. I couldn't move from trembling. Mion saw that and whispered to our grandmother. The hag nodded. Mion summoned some young minions and gave them an order. They removed one of the torture devices hanging on the wall. They set a table in front of me and put the device on top of it. If I remember, is this the scene where she loses her fingernail? Because for some reason I remember in the anime that scene very vividly.
何これ？爪を剥ぐための道具です。
Hey, I was right.
使い方はわかります。
I don't know why I remembered that so vividly, but they painted a very, very vivid picture of this scene in the anime.
わかるわけないでしょ。
I shook as I stared at the tool. It looked like a giant nail clipper. You probably put the part that looks like a beak between your finger and fingernail, pulling them apart if you squeeze the handle. Chills ran up and down my spine when I imagined that. It's very gruesome. Like, it's not like they're, tearing off limbs or something, like, crazy, but you gotta imagine, like, when you have a freaking hangnail, how much that hurts? How much it would hurt to pull the whole nail off. Like, the cuticles under the nail are so sensitive. Like, oof. Well, hopefully you can get some sleep later, Bryce.
爪1枚ずつでシオンがかけた迷惑のそれぞれのけじめとします。園崎シオン、どの指でも構いません。自らの手で3枚の爪を剥がしてみせなさい。
Oh, and the fact that they make her do it herself is even worse. Ayaya! Hi, Pandora! How are you? 3. 1 for Kasai, 1 for Uncle Yoshiro, the last for Satoshi-kun. It was a fairly reasonable number.
本当にそれで他の人は許してくれるんですか？
But I feel like there has to be something else for what she did, right?
約束して。私がちゃんと自分の爪を剥げたら他のみんなは許すと約束して。これはあなたのけじめであって取引ではありませんよ。この方法が気に入らないならやるから待って待ってよ。やるからやるから。
Oh, God. I put the device to my little finger while shaking badly. If my fingernail were shorter, it would have been harder. The mental beak captured my little finger beautifully. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Subordinates then stabilized my left hand with a different restraining tool. That seemed reasonable because my finger would slip out if it weren't restrained like that. As the subordinates buckled up the leather straps, I realized that this was really happening. There was no escape. Somewhere in my mind, I'd been thinking that they might forgive me after just the gesture alone. I shouldn't have been so naive. The emotions I'd been holding back appeared in the forms of tears and kept rolling down my cheeks. It was like my feelings were being squeezed out until the very last drip. Something even more horrifying followed this. It was the silence that awaited my next action.
どうするの?
One of the subordinates pointed to the handle and told me to either squeeze it or hit it. He recommended that the latter would be easier to make it quick. Nobody said anything after that. There was nothing to hear but the sound of my sweat dripping onto the floor. The onlookers were staring at me silently, waiting for me to execute my punishment. To execute your own punishment would be so difficult. Both the hag and Mion, they were also anticipating it. I could refuse, but that meant I wouldn't be paying up. This punishment exists to offer payment in exchange for the safety of those who helped me. If I refused, they would suffer. I started breathing heavily. I knew that if I did this, the others would go free. This was, if you thought about it, quite a good deal. If it weren't me, it wouldn't just be 3 fingernails. If it were Kasai, he'd have to sacrifice his little finger or something even worse. I knew that. It was my selfish desire to get away from that school. Why did Kasai have to suffer because of that? I knew that. Why did Uncle Yoshiro have to suffer just because he provided me with a job? I knew that the hag and the other relatives still hated the Hojos. So I didn't know what they'd do to Satoshi-kun if I didn't do this. Would they bring Satoshi-kun here and tell him to do the same? Would they tell him to remove his fingernails in exchange for forgiving me? God, that would be so hard. Could you imagine doing that to yourself? He'd do it. He'd sacrifice himself with no hesitation in order to save others. My sweat dripped onto the table through my nose. I'd do it, yes. It was only 3 fingernails. It might hurt a lot, but I wouldn't die. The fingernails would grow back. It wouldn't even leave a huge scar. I shouldn't be afraid. Punishment was minimal because it was me. If I refused to do this, the others would be punished much more severely. I couldn't let that happen to Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, or Satoshi-kun. I was the only one who should be punished. So I just needed to bear the pain. I wasn't just breathing heavily anymore. I was also moaning faintly, ready to scream at any moment. That's right, make it quick. This wasn't torture, so I didn't have to prolong the moment of pain. I should do it in one swift blow. That way my pain and fear would be minimized. I raised my right arm. Quickly. The pain would be lessened if I did it in one stroke. It'd be much more painful if I messed it up. I held my breath. I felt as if my body was frozen. Oh my god, just do the dang thing! The suspense is killing me! I was choking. The chills crept up my spine. Don't be afraid, Shion. Fingernails are just a tiny fraction of the whole body. Just 1 square centimeter. I could do this. I could bear it. I smacked my right hand onto the handle of the device. Oh my god. I sensed the noise through my body instead of through my ears. At the same time, I felt a pain I'd never experienced before. Yeah, this is a very, very wholesome scene, let me tell you. Let me tell you, Polly. Hey, Polly. Welcome back. Welcome back to Higurashi. A moment later, the pain pulsated with my heartbeat. I clenched my teeth. I felt like my teeth were cracking. I tightly shut my eyes, so my eyeballs got squeezed up. The pain wouldn't fade. Rather, it swelled with my blood pressure. I felt as though it was bloating like a balloon. Timidly, I opened my eyes. I found that my little finger wasn't really drenched in blood. It was bleeding, but not much. Certainly not enough to explain how much it hurt. Yeah, fingernails don't really bleed a lot. My fingernail was open, just like the hood of a car. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was overwhelming. It occurred to me that I had only done 1 out of the 3. Did I have to repeat this 2 more times? That's what she said. Did I have to remove the nails from my ring and middle finger as well? I looked at the hag and at Mio, begging for mercy. But they were just silently staring at me, as if the show had only just begun. I would rather get all of them on one hand, because, you know, that, and do it on the hand that's not your main, like, your main hand, you know? Like, for me, it would be the left 3 of my left hand, because I am right-handed. And then you could tie them all up together to heal, you know? I saw no hint of mercy in their eyes. They wouldn't be changing their minds. Oh, you can handle that pretty easy, Polly. Is that what you're trying to tell me? You can handle that so easy. This is nothing. Since they said 3, it had to be 3. They wouldn't forgive me until I removed 2 more fingernails. Well, yeah, but I mean, wouldn't they have, like, numbed the pain a little bit for you?
Mio. これで許して。あのね。これ。
I bet it does.
痛いの。すごく痛いんだよ。
Yeah, I bet it hurt.
ほら、私の顔を見ればわかるよね。本当にさ、痛くて。
Mion answered, still wearing a cold look.
シオン、もう無理。
She didn't mean that it was sufficient. What she meant is that the others would have to take the remaining punishment if I didn't. I knew that. I really did know.
やれるよ。
How is the stream? Oh no, this game. Hi, Prince of Rage. How are you doing? Yep, that would be the Sonozaki family for you.
こんなの全然楽勝だって。
They don't give in that easily.
こんなの怖くない。こんなの痛くない。
I quickly moved the metal beak and set it on my ring finger. It smacked it with no hesitation. Ouch. Instead of making it quick, maybe I was just rushing out of fear. I'd messed up. Oh, God. The torture tool had clipped just the tip of my fingernail. The pain, however, was equal. I couldn't believe I'd only chipped it. Did I have to do it again? Did I have to continue removing the nail from my ring finger? That much pain again? Again?
シオン。やだ。
Yeah, this anime was one of my my first horror animes that I ever watched. And yeah, it creeped me out a lot. And the game is just as unsettling, but with a lot more details. I couldn't bear it anymore. I started crying shamelessly. Ow. Oh yeah, shouldn't have screwed up, woman. They didn't seem to hear my voice. Felt as though there was an invisible barrier between us. They showed no mercy. They were just here to witness this ritual. So, rather than sympathetic, they looked amazed by my screw-up. Mion walked up to me, and whispered to my crying face.
しよう。あとちょっとだから頑張って。やだやだやだやだ。本当に無理。本当に痛いの。
God. When I said fresh hell, I wasn't kidding. Y'all thought I was kidding. I am no. Mion shook her head, then signaled the subordinates. They came from behind me. Covered my head with something like a knit cap. It was a blindfold. One of them pinned me in a Nelson hold, restricting my movement. I couldn't overpower the guy behind me. No problem, Prince of Rage. Have a good evening. Then I felt something strange on my left hand. The other guy was doing something with the torture tool. He put the metal beak between my ring finger and its fingernail. My left hand was fixed in the restraint, so I couldn't put up much protest anyway. But even that left hand was pressed down by his rough palms until it hurt, robbing it of the freedom even to tremble. They had no hesitation. It was made very clear to me how merciless people could be. Robbed of my vision, all I could do was clench my teeth against the pain assailing me. If there was anything I was thankful for, it was that he was well practiced and he had ripped off both of my fingernails cleanly. Pain and screaming might induce narcotic chemicals in the brain. While screaming, I started losing consciousness. Whew. I woke up. My memories were missing. I couldn't remember how I got back to my room. I held my hand. I held my hand and screamed! I held my head with both hands. My left hand was bandaged. Fingers that had their nails removed had swollen like hot dogs. I bet. I'd paid with those 3 fingernails for what I did. The hag had said something after the punishment, but I didn't remember any of it. I was taken to a hospital. Suddenly I turned British. In Okinomiya. The car shook on the way, adding extra pain on top of what I already felt. Nert is in here infecting all of us. Are you British, Nert? I didn't know that. Someone gave me aspirin. Oh, she's gonna need a hell of a lot more aspirin than that. They worked just like they said on TV, but they didn't last more than 10 minutes. I swallowed the pills without water. While I was spacing out in the waiting lounge, Kasai showed up. Aw, Kasai! He probably came to check if I was alright. He's such a big teddy bear. I obviously wasn't. He must have understood that from my bandaged left arm dangling from my shoulder. Yeah, good guy, Kasai. Oh, I love this track. It was one of the tracks they played in the anime. I love this track. Kasai, on the other hand, looked just fine. At least on the outside. I was relieved that my sacrifice had meant something. Kasai didn't say anything. I couldn't tell if he wanted to tell me something or not, because he looked so emotionless.
Kasai?
なんでしょう?
He paused shortly before answering. I could tell he was upset. It is an amazing track, I do gotta say. I didn't regret revealing my true identity in order to protect Satoshi-kun. but hadn't wanted Kasai or Uncle Yoshiro to be hurt. I had been contradicting myself.
吉郎おじさんはどうなったか知ってます？
いいえ。したたかな方です。ご無事と思います。後で謝られた方がいいでしょう。
うん。
I wanted to ask him about Satoshi-kun, too. I wondered if he was captured or harassed by the Sonozaki family because of me. But I was hesitant to ask Kasai. After all, I'd chosen Satoshi-kun over them. Ouch. Was Satoshi-kun alright? I hoped he wouldn't get caught or incarcerated somewhere. I paid the hospital bill and Kasai gave me a ride home. I finally realized that somebody was knocking on my door.
シオンさん、横になり続けるのもやはり体に毒です。
I mean, oh, it's called Dear You? That sounds right. It's such a good track. It was Kasai. The girl had just lost 3 fingernails in a very traumatic experience. Let her sleep. He put some side dishes on the table and we started nibbling at them.
気分は落ち着かれましたか？
落ち着いたというか、落ち込んだというか。
この数日間はずっと伏せっていたんですか？食事はされていましたか？
冷蔵庫の中の残り物を適当に食べてました。あとは天井を見てるか眠っているかのどっちか。
It had been 3 days. I'd just been lying down since then. Honestly, I don't blame her. I woke up every now and then in my shallow sleep, but I didn't feel like getting up or thinking. I felt like I'd just been floating the whole time. My appetite was gone, but it came back with the smell of the food Kasai brought. I wasn't able to think or of anything to talk to Kasai about, so I just ate silently.
昨日、ミオンさんから連絡がありました。シオンさんの部屋に何度か電話したけど出なかったからということで。
The moment I heard Mion's name, I felt my wounds throb. But I didn't stop Kasai, who continued.
園崎本家としては、シオンさんがご自分でけじめをつけられたので、これで決着とするそうです。あの学園には退学届が出されます。シオンさんは沖宮の学校に編入になるそうです。
Oh, well, at least that's settled, I suppose.
園崎シオンの人権が認められたってことか。
そうですね。
I love this track. I should do a karaoke of this track.
今後は園崎シオンとして生活してくださって構わないそうです。ですが、みだりにひなみ沢には近づかないこと、園崎ミオンを語らないこと。
It's so good. I also really, really love all the openings and endings to all the Higurashis. It brings many tears, yes.
人前にみだりに姿を現さないこと。
存在を認めてやるから、本家に目立つようなことは二度とするなってわけか。
Basically. Alright, you paid up. Get the F out.
そういうことになります。もちろん永続的なわけじゃありません。ほとぼりが冷めるまで当分ということです。
I don't know if I know that one.
具体的にいつまでという期限があるわけではありませんが、今年いっぱいくらいはこれまで通り目立たない生活を送られた方がよろしいかと思います。
I love both the first 2 openings of the animes a really, really big lot, both for different reasons. That's fair. Yeah, I need to look it up later, but I don't want to get spoiled or anything, so I might wait.
私は沖宮でひっそり暮らすだけで十分です。もともとこれまでだってそうして暮らしてきたわけだし。
Yeah, that's true. The only games the only games, excuse me, I've played of Higurashi are, you know, the Steam versions. So Kasai put on a sad smile. I smiled back at him likewise. And I think these versions allow you to see some of the, like, openings and cutscenes and stuff of some of the game versions, but I skipped them all because they're spoilers. Before the conversation ended, I should ask him what I wanted to know.
サトシ君はどうなったの?
Yeah. Well, I want to watch them all, but, you know, spoilers, man. I don't want to get spoiled before I even play the game. I wish that Kasai would assure me of his safety right away. But I'm sure there's, like, a playlist on YouTube or something of all of them that I can watch later, when I'm done. But he didn't answer like that.
カサイ、サトシ君は無事なの?
シオンさん、
Kasai put his chopsticks down.
本家から北条サトシ君のことは忘れろとことづかっています。
何それ?
シオンさん、あなたと喧嘩はしたくないんで、これ以上この話はしたくありません。本家からの言葉を伝えるのみにとどめさせてもらい
Well,
ま
the
す。
family is bullshit.
何その話をしたくないってのは?
Sorry, I'm responding to somebody.
カサイ!
That's fair. I don't really have space to fill my stream. My stream layout's pretty filled already. My boxes are, like, huge, so... The only, like, thing I have is the Nipa redeem, to be honest, which I will never get rid of, even after Higurashi is over. But I still have, like, 4 chapters, so... If we're including this one, 4 chapters. Or wait, how many chapters are there? Is there 10? Or 9? Oh, there's 8. Okay, there's 8. Kasai pretended as though he didn't hear me and started eating again. I'd never seen him get so stubborn like this. Oh, I mean, like, arcs, yeah. Like, total arcs. Which would be 8. The Sonozaki family had been using the Hojo family as a scapegoat. They must have concluded that a Sonozaki shouldn't be in love with a Hojo. I didn't like that. Stoko was a friend of Mion's at school. Would it be okay if Satoshi-kun and I were the same gender? Anyway, if I did something conspicuous again, they might do something to him for real. Just like they forced me to remove my own fingernails. The Sonozaki family wouldn't hesitate. They'd torture him if need be. Maybe if I really loved him, I should stay away. Satoshi-kun won't show up in Okinomiya unless he rejoins the Hinamizawa fighters. I'd have to pretend to be Mion if I wanted to go to Hinamizawa, but I didn't think she'd cooperate with me. Not now, you've kind of missed your shot at that one. Even if she did, it'd be some time down the road. Even if they told me not to see him, I already had no means of doing that again. Oh wait, Mion gave me his number a little while ago. I could call him. Maybe ask to meet with him secretly. But if I got caught again, they wouldn't cut me any slack. Should I risk it? The hell did I even want from Satoshi-kun? Being in love sucks.
ちょっと一人になりたい。
Hurt my fingy. Current meal. Shion's current status. Hurt my fingies. Need to talk to my boyfriend, please. Right? If she, if Higurashi had like Twitter or Facebook status updates, Kasai started putting away his food in a rush, assuming that I wanted him to leave.
あ、いいの。葛西はのんびり食べてて。私がちょっと一人で散歩がしたいだけなの。
There'd be a lot of like sarcastic like LOLs in there, like.
私もシオンさんと一緒に出ないとこの部屋に鍵がかけられません。
Kasai quickly put away his meal and followed me out. Oh, she definitely would. Well, Shion is the most extra character, like. Everything's extra with her.
別にサトシ君に会いに行くわけじゃないからね。
Never.
わかりました。
Instant suspicion. I turned around and started walking. I really want to see their Twitter feeds, actually. That would be really funny. My destination was rather pathetic. It was the toy store that sold the giant teddy bear. Oh, well, interesting. I was actually thinking about doing a British accent redeem. So like for the next like minute or so of the stream, I'd have to talk in only a British accent. I've seen people do that with certain accents, so I figured it might be fun, but you might hate me for my British accent interpretation. I couldn't deny that I was somewhat expecting Satoshi-kun to pass by there. I couldn't stop myself from looking at the faces of passerby who resembled him. I've always wanted to go to pretty much everywhere in England. And Britain. Yeah. All of it. I looked into the store's window. The teddy bear was gone.
Satoshi-kun, おめでとう。
That's fair, that's valid. It makes you feel like more less weird, I guess, if you're both using the same. Oh yeah, I love the letter.
変えたんだね。
We still need to finish that, me and Jade, but she's been like stupid busy with work, so. But it'll happen eventually. We're already way too far to give up now. His evil aunt had died and his wicked uncle was living with his mistress. Satoshi-kun succeeded in fulfilling his duty as a big brother by buying his little sister that huge teddy bear. There was nobody left to hurt him. Except for the curse! He was free from his tiresome efforts. He was completely free from pain. Over time, he'd retrieve his smile, and he'd go back to being the Satoshi-kun I love. But I wouldn't be there with him. I heard a car honking. I didn't think it was honking at me at first, but it was so persistent I had to look up. The person waving at me from their car was Irie. Oh! He was waving at me all carefree, oblivious to my feelings.
園崎さん、ご無沙汰していますね。あ、ひょっとしてサトシ君と待ち合わせでしたか？
いえ、そういうわけじゃないです。
そのおもちゃ屋さんのショーウィンドウはサトシ君もよく覗いていましたからね。それでてっきりサトシ君との待ち合わせか何かかなって思っちゃいました。
Never.
いえ、たまたまここを通りかかっただけです。
Mm-hmm.
変えたみたいですね、サトシ君。
Irie seemed to know about the teddy bear as well. He smiled upon seeing its empty display case.
昨日がサトコちゃんの誕生日でした。きっとあのぬいぐるみでそれをお祝いできたと思います。
He worked very hard for that teddy bear.
じゃあもうサトシ君は無茶なアルバイトに精を出さなくてもいいわけですね。
そうですね。
サトシ君って、そのひなみ沢ファイターズ退部届とか出しちゃったんですか？
そんなもの出てたんですか？私は受け取ってませんよ。マネージャーの園崎さんは？
受け取ってないです。
誰も退部届を受け取ってないなら、しばらくして生活が落ち着いたらまた戻ってきてくれるんじゃないかなって。でもその時に園崎さんがいなかったらきっと悲しむだろう
Well,
な。
you see, I'd rather not lose more of my fingernails. Irie teased me. He's a grown-up after all. He must have been trying to sound optimistic because he knew I was feeling a bit down.
園崎さんも落ち着いたらいつでもチームに帰ってきてください。
Oh yeah, she was kind of like their manager,
あ
wasn't
なたがい
she?
ないとやっぱり寂しいですよ。園崎さんが帰ってきてくれたら
Of
ぜ
course
ひ
you
女
are.
子マネージャーの制服をメイドさんな格好にしようと思ってまして。
I burst into laughter. Irie sure hadn't changed.
あ、そうだ。もう名乗ってもいいんだった。監督、今まで騙しててすみません。私、ミオンじゃないんです。シオンっていう双子の妹なんです。訳ありで今までずっとミオンのふりしてきました。
双子の妹さんですか？
Wouldn't you would think that the doctor would like know that. He was totally taken aback. I burst into laughter again.
そうです。園崎シオンと言います。園崎本家に嫌われてるんで、あまり堂々と暮らせる立場じゃないんですけどね。
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to for like one day everyone wears a maid outfit.
知らなかったですよ。
You know?
まさかミオンさんに双子の妹さんがいたなんて。
Oh, this
そりゃ
guy
全く
again.
同感です。
Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted us. The voice sounded mean and greasy, unlike Irie's. It was him. Higurashi.
入江先生もこんにちは。
Higurashi's always around somewhere. Oh, hey, it's Friend Man, right? Higurashi's such an odd dude because, like, sometimes he actually is trying to help, and sometimes he's just a dick. So it really just depends on what the circumstances are, and his relationship to the characters at that particular time. Yeah, he is. He definitely is. Because in that one episode, he was actually, you know, Keiichi's friend, pretty much. And then, in other episodes, he's, like, hunting him down. So...
先日は遅くまでありがとうございました。
いえ、何もお役に立てませんで申し訳ないです。
Yeah, I mean, I think Higurashi does a really, really good job of portraying humanity. Like, because people, like, at their base, are just flawed. They're not necessarily good or bad at their base, but they're flawed, and they make mistakes, and they do bad things. They do good things, too. And I think every human being has both of those moments constantly swirling, you know, throughout their lives, like the good and the bad, and the in-between of, you know, just emotions and feelings. Yeah, and it's just like, everybody, depending on the circumstance, can change, depending on what's going on around them and, you know, what everyone else does. And each of these different arcs kind of shows that. Like, sometimes Oishi's a good guy, and sometimes he's just an asshole who's trying to hunt somebody else down. You know, like, it really just depends on the circumstance. And but yeah, he has a lot of demons, and he's a bit of an oddball. And he's just, I feel like, as a detective, he's just seen the worst of humanity, and I think that's why he's so... not only so odd, but he's also very, like, cruel in certain ways. Because he's just seen the worst of people. Like, all the time. Like, serial killers, you know, rapists, like, from anywhere from serial killers and rapists to, like, all the way down to, like, the common thief or whatever. Like, it's just insane the amount of bad he's had to, like, go through. He's been presented with as part of his job. Yeah, it's crazy. And everybody, it's true. The slightest difference in impression or situation, as you say, really does change people. And it changes how they interact and how they talk to people and their whole viewpoint. Yeah, Oishi's pretty cool. Like, there are times I'm like, oh shit, Oishi's here. Like, that one chapter where, oh gosh, which chapter was that? It was the Satoko chapter, right? It was chapter 3? Arc 3. I keep saying chapter, I mean arc. Where he goes back to, like, dig up the body, and Oishi's just standing there in the forest, and comes up behind him like, hey, Keiichi, how you doing, buddy? And Keiichi's just like, oh, shit. Like, god damn it, this guy again. Always means good things are going to happen. Uh-huh. Good things. Because good things always happen in Hinamizawa. Oh, goodness. Okay, Domo konbanwa. Right? Oh my god. Oishi's just a special kind of dude. Like, special just doesn't even begin to cover it, but I don't know how else to explain this guy. Alright. Anyways. We're gonna keep going. That's my, my rant and, you know, interpretation for the day. They were just going through the motions. It was obvious that they hated each other. Irie whispered to me.
私はもうここを離れますが、一緒に車に乗りますか？お家まで送りますよ。
AKA, do you want to get away from this guy? Irie figured that Oishi was after me, so he was giving me a chance to slip away. Looking at Oishi's face, it was clear that his focus was on me, not Irie. He probably intended to interrogate me until my testimony broke. Oh, excuse me. I was sure I could talk my way out of it, but it'd just be a waste of time. I mean, I don't really think you're really that great at getting out of interrogations, to be honest, if the fingernail situation really showed anything.
そうですね。じゃあ監督、そろそろ行きましょうか。
ありゃ
Oh
お
yeah?
二人でど
He
ちら
says
か
oh
に
yeah
お
a
出か
lot
けの
too.
途中でしたか？
ええ。チームの夕涼み会用に景品を探してい
Yeah,
るところだったん
Shion
で
just needs
す。
to learn to shut up. She is not doing herself any favors.
他にも行くお店がたくさんありますので、この辺で私たちは失礼します。
Irie bowed. I followed suit. I had to admire how good he was at lying. He's a grown-up, after all. Oishi seemed to know it was a lie. But he didn't have a warrant, so he couldn't stop us. I moved to get into Irie's car.
お怪我は大丈夫なんですか？園崎しおんさん。
I gasped when I heard that. My left hand was bandaged. It was unsightly, so I'd kept it in my pocket. There was no way Oishi could have been able to see it.
可能さえしなきゃ綺麗に治りますよ。
How does he know?
私も子供の頃は何度か
Oh, he
爪を剥い
definitely
じゃったこ
knows.
とがありましたがね。ほら、綺麗なもんでしょ
He tore off his own fingernails? Why? What kind of childhood did you have, sir?
男の爪が綺麗でも気色悪いだけです。
I mean, he is a creepy guy. Oishi scratched his head and chuckled. He's supposed to be one of the best cops at the Okinomiya PD. He knows about all the underground activities in the region. He must have heard about my payment from somewhere. Still, that happened in the secret basement of the Sonozaki main house. I couldn't underestimate this guy's sources.
お見舞い、感謝感激です。じゃあもう行きますね。
Yeah, Right? She's being so sexist.
失礼します。
園崎しおんさん、
Pretty nails for everybody.
私とコーヒーでも飲みに行きません？
Oof. Yeah, my nails, like, also grow pretty fast, and they just annoy the crap out of me if I don't cut them to a certain length all the time.
はあ？何それ？私を口説いてんですか？
You're a bit old for that,
そうい
Oishi.
うことでもいいですよ。
遠慮します。一日は有限にわざわざ退屈なことに費やすなんて馬鹿げてますから。
もう参ったな。じゃあこうしましょう。
That's fair. Yeah, that is not a, that's not a hobby you can have long nails in. That's true. That's true.
私とのおしゃべりが退屈になったらいつでも途中で帰っていいです。引き止めません？そういう約束でどうです？
I mean, useful, I guess. There's only a few circumstances where my nails have ever been
あん
useful.
たが喋るのは勝手ですが、私は
It's
喋りません
usually
よ。
for, like, opening packages and stuff.
それをおしゃべりと呼べるかは怪しいですが。
ねえ、それで結構です。シオンさんは聞き役で結構です。私が勝手に一方的に喋るだけ。あなたはコーヒーでも飲みながら中年親父の独り言を聞き流してくださればそれで結構です。
He was being strangely persistent. It didn't look like he was trying to poke a hole in my statement. What would he even talk about? I got a bit curious, even though I was still skeptical.
監督、すみません。私ちょっと大石のおじさまとデートに行こうと思います。
You're making a terrible decision.
ミオじゃない、シオンさん。
I winked at him and told him not to worry. Irritated and insist, he got in his car and drove off. Oishi backed his car up so I could get in. I hopped in the back seat since I didn't want to sit next to him. I don't blame you.
本当に喫茶店に行くの？
あなたの親類の目がない喫茶店があるなら紹介してもらえると助かるんですがね。
チェ、それなら勝手に連行でも何でもすればいい。
Oishi carefully checked for oncoming traffic and then started driving. Oishi took me to the police station, as I thought he might. If he had taken me to a nice cafe, we would have scored some points. But whatever.
書の方が都合がいいと思ったから書にしただけです。私の話が退屈になったら帰っていいという約束はもちろん守りますから安心してください。
ま、私を退屈させないように頑張ってくださいな。署内には腕組んで入ってあげましょうか、おじさま。
Dang. Oishi chuckled and got out of the car. He escorted me inside the station. I thought he'd take me to an interrogation room, but instead he took me to an office of the investigation division. Officers in both suits and uniforms were working at their desks, answering phones. There was a desk with a plate that said section manager, and nearby there were couches and a table. Oishi told me to sit down on the couch and started making some instant coffee. I'd never been to this part of the police station. I looked around in curiosity.
まさか取り調べ室でカツ丼でも食わされると思いました？
Oishi brought over a tray with coffee cups on it.
想像してたより待遇が良くて驚いてます。おしらすに直で正座くらいは覚悟してたのに。
そういうのは私の趣味じゃないな。
I don't know if I believe that.
で、おしゃべりを聞かせてくれるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
じゃあ最初からいきなり単刀直入に。シオンさんって北条聡さんのこと好き？
はあ？ 速攻退屈なんで即帰りますよ。
なじゃあ今のはなしということで。
Oishi must have known why I had to remove my fingernails. I swear, Oishi knows everything. He wasn't trying to confirm that I liked Satoshi-kun. Well, what he was really saying was that he knew already.
サトシ君の事件当日のアリバイなら先日熊谷刑事さんに全部お話ししたつもりです。
もちろん私も熊谷君の調書は読んでます。
Kuma-chan. He always calls him Kuma-chan.
あなたがサトシ君と一緒にいたことは知ってます。
何度聞かれたって同じ話しかしませんよ私。しつこく反復して聞いたらそのうちにボロを出すとか考えてるなら大雨もいいとこ。
まさかそんなこと考えてません。あなたは頭のいい人です。そんな手に引っかかるなんて思っちゃいません。
ならどういう手を考えてるやら。どちらにせよ私からサトシ君のことを何か聞き出そうとしてもそれは無駄なことです。先日お話しした以上のことはね。ああ残念。やっぱり退屈な話でしたね。私帰らせてもらいます。そういう約束でしたからね。失礼します。
I got up off the couch.
シオンさん、確かに私はあなたからサトシさんのアリバイを聞こうと思っていました。それは認めますよ。
なら決まりです。やっぱり退屈でした。帰ります。
I turned around and started walking. Oishi didn't get anxious, but instead spoke a little louder.
でもね、シオンさん、私が聞きたいのはサトシさんの事件当日のアリバイじゃない。昨日のアリバイなんです。
昨日？なんで昨日のアリバイなんかが聞かれるんですか？
Because he disappeared, correct?
昨日のサトシ君のアリバイがおばさんが殺された事件とどう関係があるってんです？
昨日サトシ君が出かけたまま失踪されたからです。
What?
サトシ君が失踪されたことはご存知なかった？
I couldn't say anything, but my expression answered Oishi's question anyway.
どういうことですか？失踪って何？
やっぱり座ったらどうです？
サトシ君が失踪したって何？
一つ確実に分かっていることは、彼が3時前に沖宮の郵便局で貯金を全額下ろしているということだけです。その後の足取りはつかめません。
I knew why he withdrew that money. He wanted to buy Satoko's birthday present. Yes, he definitely bought that teddy bear yesterday.
これは私の想像ですよ。彼はひょっとしてそのお金でどっか遠くに蒸発したんじゃないかなって。
逃走資金だってんですか？バッカバカしい。あのお金はね、サトコの誕生日プレゼントを買うためにサトシ君が貯めていたんです。それであのおもちゃ屋にあったでかくて高いぬいぐるみを買ったんです。逃走に使うお金に。
確かにあのおもちゃ屋から一番高いぬいぐるみが売れていました。
Oh, I did it again!
それをサトシ君が買った確証が取れないんです。
Most expensive teddy bear in the store was sold, but we can't confirm it was Satoshi-kun who bought it.
店の人に聞けばそんな
Sorry,
の
my hands are cold.
私とサトシ君で買う予約までしてるんですから。
I had a bad feeling. That old man who was watching that store was sleeping when we were there. He looked very senile. Maybe he was also watching that store on that day, and even though Satoshi-kun bought the teddy bear, he didn't remember. Oishi put on a wry smile. Does he smile any other way? It looked like he'd already tried to question the old man.
とにかくあれを買ったのはサトシ君なんです。サトシ君はぬいぐるみの金額ギリギリしかお金がなかったはずだから、ぬいぐるみ代を支払ってさらに逃亡資金を用意できたなんて思えません。めちゃめちゃもいいとこです。
いいですよ。じゃあサトシ君がぬいぐるみを買ったことでもいいです。
Yeah, my hands aren't cramping, they're just cold, because it's actually been decently cold the last couple of days around here, so, yeah, so, like, when they get cold, they just kind of freeze.
じゃあそのぬいぐるみを持ってどうして帰らなかったんですか？
I guess they like, I just like slammed into the button. At that point, I felt as though my heart had turned to ice. Satoshi-kun had been working hard to buy that teddy bear even though he was under extreme mental and physical stress. After all that, he finally managed to buy it. It's unthinkable that somebody else just showed up and bought the same teddy bear. The teddy bear was gone because Satoshi-kun bought it. Nobody else. But if so, Satoshi-kun should have given it to Satoko. But though he bought a present for her, he didn't come home. He didn't come home? That wasn't possible. He would have gone straight home with that teddy bear. He wouldn't think of running away after buying the teddy bear. Even though Satoshi-kun wanted to run away from the police, he would never leave without giving Satoko her present. Anyway, it must have been Satoshi-kun who bought that teddy bear. I can say that with 100% certainty. The question was, why didn't he bring it home? The teddy bear was huge. Wouldn't fit into the basket of a bicycle. He might have bought some straps to tie it to his bike. He wouldn't have thought of running away with a wobbly bicycle like that. He necessarily had to go home after buying that teddy bear from the store after withdrawing the money. Nothing could have happened when he was going between the ATM and the toy store. It was impossible. Nobody else could have possibly bought that teddy bear. Never. The teddy bear had been sitting in the showcase up until that day. Everybody could see it when they passed by, but nobody wanted it. It's impossible that it could have been somebody else. There should be no question that he went to the toy store after he withdrew the money. What about the route between the toy store and his home? There shouldn't have been any question there either. He shouldn't have been able to do anything with that huge toy. He shouldn't have even thought of making a stop on the way. So he must have headed home right after he bought the teddy bear. But nobody saw him after that. It was simple then. Satoshi-kun went missing on his way home from the toy store. He went missing? What did that mean? I was sure he killed his aunt. He's not that shrewd. Maybe he couldn't bear the pressure from the police? Was he resigned to the idea that the police were going to arrest him soon, regardless of my help? Did he decide to run away? Did he think that he should disappear until things cooled down rather than get arrested? That was definitely, absolutely possible. Impossible. It was impossible that he came to that conclusion on his way home from the toy store. Even if he did, he would have waited until he gave Satoko her birthday present. Satoshi-kun loved Satoko. He shouldn't have spoiled her like that, but anyway, he always tried to be a good brother to her. So he'd never disappear before going home. I felt as though the ice was cutting through my heart, expanding the frost. Satoshi-kun didn't disappear by his own will. The answer was simple. Satoshi-kun disappeared by somebody else's will.
サトシ君が消された。
I don't know if that's something you should be laughing about.
バカバカしいです。やっぱり退屈な話ですよ、おじさま。
I thought I could shake off the frost in my heart if I laughed loudly enough. I kept laughing until it appeared. It happened. I kept laughing and laughing. All the cops in the room stared at me. They thought I'd gone crazy. I didn't care what they thought. I kept laughing until it turned into a cough. I finished laughing and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. Oh, sorry. I felt as if the frost in my heart had spread all the way through my guts. I was chilled to the bone. I was freezing. My fingers shook as I held the coffee cup.
シオンさん、ちょっと口を挟まずに聞いててほしいんです。これから私がちょいと想像した話を申し上げます。
A hypothesis, you say? Please tell me more.
全部でっち上げです。だからきっとシオンさんはあまりのいい加減な内容に吹き出しちゃいそうになるかもしれません。それでも最後まで黙って聞いていてほしいんです。
I'm sorry, I'm yawning a lot today.
約束してもらえます？
I should have taken a nap.
いや、約束なんて何でもするから。早く言いなさいよ。
I was feeling far too cold. My teeth were chattering. I felt as though my brain had frozen as well. I lost my ability to think. I couldn't do anything by myself. I could only do as Oishi told me. What he was going to tell me might be the worst possible theory. But I had to listen to it.
死んだおばがサトシ君とサトコさんをいじめていたことはよーく聞いています。中でもサトコさんを執拗にいじめていたこともね。その中でサトシ君が妹をかばうためにおばに殺意を募らせていったとしても、私は人として自然な流れだと思います。
I had to deny that Satoshi-kun murdered her. But what Oishi was saying was true. I couldn't deny his hypothesis right away. I just kept silent.
ここからは空想ですよ。絶対に怒らないでください。口を挟むのもなし。
Okay.
いいですね。
わかってるから。早く続けなさいよ。
北条聡はおば殺しを計画し実行した。ねえ、もちろん証拠なんてありませんよ。全部私の妄想です。
わかってるって。あんたの妄想なのは百も承知。だから早く続けて。
ここで話は変わります。シオンさん、あなたはサトシ君との交際を禁じられたんですよね。もう忘れろ。二度と関わるなと念をされたんですよね。それは実は不仲な両家の関係を意味嫌ったからでなく、殺人犯と園崎家の令嬢が恋仲であることに問題があったんじゃないかと思ったんです。
I think it's both reasons, but they also really didn't like the Hojos. That is actually possible. After all, when I was pretending to be Mion, I already had a connection with Satoshi-kun. Before anyone knew it was Shion who was spending time around him. I could have been accused when I was helping out the Hinamizawa fighters, and the relationship between the Hojos and the Sonozakis was the problem. It wouldn't be difficult for the Sonozaki family to know that Satoshi-kun murdered his aunt, if it happened in Hinamizawa. Maybe one of them even saw the murder. Sonozaki family didn't like that I was in love with the murderer. But they're all murderers, though, aren't they? They decided to step in.
あと、あなた諦めが悪いことでも知られてるんじゃないですか。つまり園崎本家にサトシ君との縁を切れと脅されて爪を剥がされてもサトシ君との縁を切りかねていましたよね。
I couldn't deny that. I lost most of my means to access Hinamizawa, so my ties to Satoshi-kun were entirely cut, true. We don't like murderers, so we stepped in with some murder. Right? I don't understand. What is this logic? But I still knew Satoshi-kun's phone number, and I expected him to rejoin the Hinamizawa fighters eventually. The logic is basically only we're allowed to murder people, no one else.
あなたをいくら脅してもどうにもならない。じゃあもう一人の方をどうにかするしかないですよね。
どうにかって何？どうにかって何よ？何？
If threatening me was useless, then they'd do something about Satoshi-kun. What would they have done? If they pulled something, then wouldn't that interrupt his path from the toy store to home? Toy store to home. Toy store to X to home. What's X? What is X? X marks the spot where his path was interrupted. But what interrupted it? Why couldn't Satoshi-kun make it home from the toy store if something interrupted him? Why? What's X? X! She is losing her mind. I ran out of air, became dizzy, and then collapsed. The floor felt cold. I felt no pain. I had fallen to the floor like a plastic doll. Oishi and some others rushed over to me and helped me up.
落ち着いてシオンさん。サトシ君が殺されたとはまだ限りません。
You're not certain he was killed? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you know about the torture room where they forced me to rip off my fingernails? Don't you know what they say? That they say there are prison cells and a well for disposing of corpses in the back? If the Sonozaki wants to eliminate somebody, they definitely kill them in that torture room and dump the body down there. You're not certain? Are you dumb? Is your brain made of tofu? If I were in the hag's position, I'd kill him for sure. I wouldn't let him get away with it. If I would kill him, then the hag would definitely kill them.
シオンさん、落ち着いて。これはまだ未確認情報ですが、名古屋駅で家出人風の若者を見たという情報が入っています。東京行きの新幹線に乗ったそうです。服装の特徴などが一致しませんでしたが、警察の追跡等を意識して衣替えをしている可能性もあります。服装が違うからサトシ君でないとは言い切れませんよ。
生きてるの？サトシ君。生きて。
ここからもまた私の想像になりますがね。
I didn't miss anything, did I? Okay, no.
あなたの双子のお姉さんのミヨンさん、次期当主ということで、園崎お涼の身近にいますよね。
Unfortunately.
園崎お涼は、おそらく最初はサトシ君をこっそり殺してしまおうと提案したと思います。それをあなたのお姉さんが止めたんじゃないかと思うんです。
Mion? That was possible. She could have tried to calm things down out of pity for me. That idiot was always so indecisive. She should have been clear on if she wanted to save him or not. She probably seemed vague about it. She must have persuaded the hag to reduce the punishment to banishment instead of death just to avoid feeling guilty.
おそらく園崎本家はサトシ君と接触したでしょう。今回の事件はかばいきれない。だから自分の身は自分で守るためにどこかへ姿を隠せと忠告したはずです。いや、強要したと言った方が似合うでしょうね。
サトシ君は絶対拒否すると思います。
I mean, the key word here was forced. If he's forced, he has no choice in the
だ
matter.
ってあのサトシ君が妹を一人残してひなみ沢を離れられるわけがない。
They probably used to toke over leverage.
私もそう思います。確かサトシ君は園崎美音さんの紹介でバイトをしてましたよね。だからサトシ君に逃走資金になるまとまったお金があることを知っていたと思います。
でもサトシ君はそのお金をぬいぐるみを買う以外には絶対に使わないはずです。
でしょうね。サトシ君は貯金を下ろしたら迷うことなくおもちゃ屋に向かうでしょう。でももしですよ。
Oh, I don't like when the music changes.
サトシ君がおもちゃ屋にたどり着くと、
Are you-
もうぬいぐるみが売れてしまってい
Are you
て
telling me?
なくなっていたら。
Are you telling me that they bought the teddy bear? The family bought the teddy bear to keep him from buying it. That would have been a very desolate situation. He's been working hard. While his aunt abused him, he worked at many different jobs. The money was worth all that pain. He went to the toy store with that money in order to buy his beloved sister a present. That was the only purpose for that money. He must have looked for the teddy bear as he'd always done. But it was gone. He would have gone into a panic right away, because he was always so optimistic. He might have thought the store was wrapping the gift for him because he told them that he'd pick it up that day. He must have gone to the store joyously. I couldn't guess exactly what happened next. My heart would tear up if I tried to imagine it anyway. Why didn't they have it, even though he had it reserved? Did that old man understand the situation, or was he just zoning out? Maybe it would have been the same even if it wasn't the old man who was at the store at that time. If a bunch of fierce-looking subordinates from the Sonozaki family went in and showed them that money, nobody could have rejected it. Satoshi-kun must have sunk into silence. No matter how hard he complained, the teddy bear was gone. He probably never even considered that his dream might be taken away. He must have been wobbling his way home in sorrow, leaning on the telephone poles every now and then. It was the day he wanted Satoko to be happy the most. He couldn't get the present she wanted the most. He probably didn't think of getting another gift, because it was unimaginable that he couldn't get that teddy bear. He might have imagined how Satoko would react when she found out he had no present for her. He must have looked unbelievably sad and empty. The money he'd been saving meant nothing anymore. Satoshi never cried, even at his toughest moments. Did he even know how to cry? It was always Satoko who was crying. So Satoshi never learned how to cry, and he grew up that way. Did you know? People shed sadness from their hearts with tears. Satoshi wasn't even allowed to do that. Even though his heart was filled with sorrow, he couldn't let it out.
妹を一人残して平見沢を離れられないと言いましたね。でももしも園崎本家が残った聡子さんの面倒は見るって言ってあったとしたらどう思います？
After Satoshi-kun found out the teddy bear was gone, all he had left were some crumpled bills. The family told him it was just a matter of time before the police got to him. They told him to run away. They said they'd take care of Satoko. Satoshi-kun didn't feel like seeing his sister. He wandered and found himself at Okinomiya Station. He must have been apologizing to Satoko so many times in his head. He swore to come back someday. He headed to Nagoya, and then to Tokyo. But that meant he's alive. He's alive. I should be able to see him again someday. He must be coming back, so I'll definitely see him again.
そうしてずっと遠方に隠れ家か受け入れ先を用意してくれたんじゃないかと思います。サトシ君はそこを目
I
指
know
し
it's
た
not
んで
that
しょう。
simple.
じゃあ無事なんだ。いつか帰ってくるんですよね。
Uishi looked up at the ceiling and stretched. He didn't answer me. On June 24th, 1982, Satoshi Hojo went missing. There is a possibility that he ran away, as he was the prime suspect of the murder that happened on the 20th of the same month. Allegedly, someone resembling him was seen at Nagoya Station embarking on a train headed to Tokyo, but the truth is unknown. No one has seen him since. As a matter of fact, no one even knows if he's still alive. It's true. New tips acquired. Nice. Interesting. Notebook, page 34. The information that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo hasn't been verified. It started as follows. The young man came to the lost and found window looking for his wallet. The station employee asked him to write down his name on the form. The young man started writing Hojo as his name, but he stopped in the middle, crumpled the form, and wrote a totally different name on another form. Another station employee witnessed a similar-looking young man rushing into the train heading to Tokyo. The employee from the Lost and Found and the employee who was on the platform talked about the suspicious young man in the locker room. That was all. The wallet of the man named Hojo was never reported as found to the Lost and Found police. The Lost and Found police. The Lost and Found office. Notebook, page 42. First, I thought Oishi's theory that the Sonozaki family banished Satoshi-kun from Hinamizawa and looked after Satoko in return was bogus. But thinking about it now, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. After all, Satoko Hojo started living with Rika Furude after Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Rika Furude isn't just a regular girl. She was the head of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. The head of the Kimayoshi family is Rika Furude's guardian. The Sonozaki family probably couldn't step in due to having been officially opposed to the Hojo family. But Satoko Hojo is in the custody of the three families now. Even though the Hojo family was severely ostracized during the dam conflict, Satoko Hojo was now under protection. Seems as though only Satoko was emptied for blame. Why was she spared, even though Satoshi wasn't? It's a good question. I have a lot of questions still. End of chapter 7. How many chapters are in this one? Oh geez, looks like I have a ton more, don't I? There's like 7 more chapters still. Jeez. I almost kind of expected that to be the end there. Because it's just kind of like, you know, what's gonna happen now that Satoshi's gone. But I guess there's a lot more stuff going on than I realized. I don't know if I want to do... This is normally where I quit, but I don't want to quit after just one chapter. When I have like 7 more to go. What do you guys think? Alice! Alice is here! Hello! I have been yawning, it's true. You caught me. You caught me. I don't know why I'm so tired. I guess because, you know what? I'm not even gonna give a reason. I don't even know. Okay, that's fair. It was the fingernails. How do I do polls on here? Can I do a poll? I can do a poll to see, /poll. And then do you just write the different options, like, connected by, gosh, words, commas, or, like, choice 1, comma, choice 2, that sort of thing? Or should it just pop up automatically? Words. Okay. Because it's not showing up anything for me. It's not showing up anything. Like, it shows up a... What? It shows up, like, the command, but it doesn't show, like, what to do with the command. Am I just silly and not seeing it, or... It's fine. Alright. I won't make... No, I was gonna do a poll to see if I should continue or not. That was gonna be my poll. So I guess you all can just answer for yourselves. I don't know why the poll thing is not working, but it's fine. Everything is fine. / vote. I don't either. I don't know either. It came up, but I wasn't sure. Anyways, whatever. Hi, Ramlock. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so whoever's here right now, I guess just comment in chat if you want me to do another chapter or not. I'm not sure how long this chapter is gonna go. That's my question. That's the concern. So if I do another chapter, I'll probably have to take a small little break just to use the bathroom and, you know, chill for a minute before continuing. But do you guys think I should do another chapter? Just a yee or a no or a yas or a nah? Okay. Of course, because Alice just got here. She wants to see a chapter. Nert said it's up to me, right? So he's the in-betweener. Is Polly still here? I think a lot of people are lurking. Oof, your niece decided to hide your phone? Big rip. But can give the fans what they want? I mean, I don't know. Are you guys really, really true OG Heather Journey fans? I mean, I don't know if you all are big enough fans for this. Y'all are really gonna have to hype me up if I'm gonna do this. Oh my gosh. Alice is redeeming all the things. Alright, tea time. Thank you for the tea time. I need to hydrate very, very much. Stretchies. Yes, all the redeems. You're definitely a true fan now. Alright, Howl. Ow! Do you have any particular... Oh, my eyes are going crazy. Hello. Do you have any particular kawaii phrase you want me to say today? Ara, just kawaii in general. I could do... Oh yeah, Nert, you did get an RR earlier. Okay, but because it's kawaii, I have to do a cutesy RR, okay? That's them's be the breaks. I need to come up with some more, like, cutesy phrases. I say them all the time, but I can't think of them, like, on stream, like, when I want to. Okay. Ara. There you go. I actually like my cutesy ones more than my serious ones. Nerd, you just got 2 RRs in one day. Whoa. How did you pull this off? What manipulative tool did you use to get this? Hold on. A+. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, and Wolfie Snacks. I have some Reese's Ghosts here today in honor of Halloween, so I will eat one. Ah! Sorry, I dropped it. I almost dropped it on the floor. Yes, you guys are taking advantage of me while I'm tired, which is terrible. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. And I am emotionally traumatized. So much so that I need to eat sugar to make up for it. I can't believe they've done this. Hold on. Let me pull up the sad Heather. I can't believe they've done this to me. They've traumatized me. They made me watch. And now I just have to drown my feelings in chocolate. Sorry, every time I take a drink, my bottle, whoa, I zoomed in on myself. Like, covers the webcam, and so my model decides to freak out for a second. Okay, enough sadness. Alright. I do have to step away for like 2 minutes, but this was, I think, enough of a break for me, like, just to need to go pee and then come back. So I'll put on the little BRB screen for now. And you all just chill out for a minute, okay? And talk amongst yourselves if you want. Spam emotes. Alright, I'm back. I have eliminated and cleared the chat, apparently. Because when I switch to my other tab, it just clears the entire chat out. Oh my goodness, you all have been busy. Oh, Alice, thank you for promoting my merch. Appreciate it. I've had the merch up for a long time, but it has yet to get anything, so I decided today to just go through and just upload a bunch of different kinds of merch for people to be interested in, because I know everybody likes different stuff, so... And I added the merch command because apparently that's important. Sorry, I'm messaging Melisma back. I forgot to upload my singing to her earlier. My bad. Thank you. I uploaded like 10 of those today, so... There was a water bottle as well, but like it just didn't look good to me. Like the way they had it wrap around the bottle just was not appealing. So I just didn't do it. I also really wanted to do the apron, and there was a couple other ones I wanted to do. But for some reason, Streamlabs merch has been a bit odd with yeah, Streamlabs merch has been a bit odd with their newer, I know, a Heather Journey apron would be so freaking cute. But with some of the Streamlabs merch, like, newer items, like, they've been bugging out on me, and it wouldn't let me upload it, so... I'll probably check back when they're a little less new, and they've probably fixed some more of the bugs. But eventually, we will get a Heather Journey apron, guys. It's so stinky cute. There's a black one and a white one. And I want both of them. To be honest. I want my own merch. Is that... is that, what's the word? Narcissistic? I know, I love all mine. Of course, the stuff I physically made isn't on the shop, but that's just the Streamlabs stuff. But eventually I'll get an online shop for all the stuff I've actually made. One of these days. Alright. Deep breath. Alright, I'm not sure how long this chapter is going to be. If it's another 2 hours, I'm going to scream. But we're going to do another chapter, because you all have requested it, so you all have to keep me awake. You'll have to keep me awake through this last chapter, okay? You all have brought this upon yourselves.
え？今、なんて？
信頼できる筋の噂ですが、サトシ君の叔母殺しの犯人が見つかったらしいです。
It had been a few weeks since the murder. Satoshi-kun still hadn't been found. I had no new information on his whereabouts. Kasai's report came, as a result, completely out of the blue.
それって
Oh, I have
警
sound
察が
alerts.
逮捕したって意味？
You can redeem sound things. There's a Nipa, there's an Ayaya, there's a Wow. And there's a Scarewitch, which is the jump scare one. If you would like. You found them? Okay.
聞いた話では、逮捕というより、別件で取り調べを受けていた男が
But you have to wait
余
for the
罪として
right
起訴したん
moment
だとか。
when I'm least expecting it. That sounded strange. If it was Satoshi-kun they arrested, he wouldn't have worded it that way. You need more points, yeah. If somebody wouldn't spam all their points at one time. It sounded as though Satoshi-kun wasn't the culprit.
葛西、結局犯人って誰だったの？
So it wasn't Satoshi-kun? I swallowed those final words. I was convinced that it was Satoshi-kun. The police in Oishi must have thought the same way. The reason Oishi approached me is because he was convinced that Satoshi-kun did it. Satoshi-kun did it, sorry.
ご安心を。
I don't know who that was, but couldn't be me.
サトシ君ではな
Are
い
you
よ
trying to get
う
me
で
to
すよ。
refund your points, Alice? Are you...
連続開始事件を模倣した異常者の犯行というような話みたいです。
Also, I have this light blaring in my face. I probably need to turn that off. Unless it's gonna mess with my model. Is my model still reacting decently? It's much better with the light on, even if it's blaring in my face. So I guess I'll just have to struggle with it for now.
異常者？
Whatever could you mean?
何それ？
Can I get a listening?
さあ、私もそれ
Okay,
以上は
Alice, here's what you need to do for me. Here's what you need to do for me. You need to record yourself saying that, and then I need it as a sound alert, please.
何しろ今回の事件は秘匿捜査指定というものがかかっているんだそうです。なのでほとんど情報が
This
出
is
回
what
ら
I
ないん
need.
です。
I will upload it into sound alerts myself for my own stream. I need it.
操作？
And I will spam it whenever I need to be kept awake.
何それ？
連続開始事件による村への風評被害対策ということらしいです。誘拐事件なんかでも犯人との交渉が行われている間は新聞に載らなかったりするでしょ。ああいう類のものらしいです。
Come to think of it, I hadn't seen anything about the aunt's murder on TV or in the newspaper. Yeah, I will probably remind you tomorrow.
何しろ4年連続で綿流しの日に事件が起こっているわけですからね。
It's always the night of the Watanagashi, man. Oh, Nigisa's streaming. He's streaming Catherine Full Body, which I don't even know if I want to know how that's going.
お社様のたたりだと騒いで面白がる輩も多いそうですし。そうそう。何でもそのおば殺しの異常者ですが。
That game's a little too sexual for me. Like, I appreciate, you know, boobs and stuff, but it's a little much, in my opinion. Cause I didn't know anything else, so instead of probing him further, I reviewed the information myself. I was really shocked to learn all this. I was convinced that Satoshi-kun killed her. I thought that was the reason that was the reason he had to be. Oh my god. He had to disappear. But it was actually some lunatic who killed her, and he had no relation to the aunt whatsoever. Or was it? Dun dun dun! So Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with the murder? If so... why did he disappear? I couldn't accept that this lunatic had killed the aunt. Oh, you know what I should do? I should add a donate command. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. Have I done that yet? Why do I not have that? I have it in my about panels. Did you add one for me? Or is that just what Streamlabs said? Or I guess it's automatic. That works. I was gonna add a custom command, but it doesn't need it if it automatically just shows up. That works. So how does, what are you guys doing? I'm so confused. Alice is donating, and then You're getting the hat? What? Who's getting the hat? I'm so confused. I am very confused. That sounds very sus. If you want to buy the hat, just buy the hat, man. You don't have to donate, too. Even though actually donates, I get more of the proceeds, to be honest, than actually you guys buying merch. But merch, actually, you actually get something, so that's reward in and of itself for me. And what's really strange is the phrase Kasai used 4 years in a row now. After all, I'd been thinking that this murder happened because Satoshi-kun had been in a dire situation that had nothing to do with a series of mysterious deaths. I felt as though Satoshi-kun's case had become someone else's. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also known as the Curse of Oyoshiro-sama. I haven't heard that name in a minute. Satoshi-kun's case had become one of those mysterious deaths. In other words, Satoshi-kun's case had become a part of Oyoshiro-sama's curse. Oh, excuse me again. Oh my gosh, my digestion. What is happening? I didn't like the way that sounded. Because it was as though the curse had swallowed Satoshi-kun.
残念ながら例の東京行きの新幹線に乗ったらしいという情報も確認が取れないままです。正直なところ県の中にいるのか外にいるのかそれすらも分かっちゃいません。
Oishi broke the seal on a new can of instant coffee.
あれだけ胸を張ってサトシ君が犯人だと息巻いていたからもう行方をつかんでるとばかり思ってました。
And I believe if you buy something from the merch shop, I should get an alert for it. Let me check. Oh. I gotta... Somewhere. Where's my alert box? There it is. Do I not have a, image for that? I think my alert box is broken. It's fine. I was saying, if you guys buy something on my merch, on my merch store, I should get it during stream. Like, I should get an alert for it. But I'm not sure, because the alert box, like, the picture that showed up, it didn't show up anything.
いやいや、情けない限りです。
Uishi chuckled and poured a cup of coffee, which looked far too hot.
しかし耳が早いな。
Because Streamlabs. Yeah.
はい。
秘匿捜査してだってのに、どこの誰が漏らしてるやら。
Also, I have my, I changed into my comfy, pajamas, while we were on break, and I now have my, my, spiderweb fluffy, leggings and my Witch Please shirt on, which is long sleeve. So I'm much warmer now.
やれやれ。
やれやれ。
うちの傍聴も問題があるな。
Oishi smirked. Seemed he knew why I was here today.
まあ腐っても園崎の端くれですので。
Comfy! Yes, so comfy.
多少の噂は耳にできますということで。
I smirked back at him. A lot of the things Oishi says, it's just... Like, God, he's just... he's a walking, like, quote god over here. Like, the Japanese phrases he says are just so fun to say. It's all about bluffing. Like, he says the ara ara too. And he goes, oh yeah? And he goes, yare yare. He says all the funny and good Japanese phrases. And the best is, domo konbanwa.
いいですよ。おしゃべりしましょう。
まず聞かせ
His
てくだ
laugh
さい
is so good too. That voice actor, though, is doing a great work.
真犯人って一体何者ですか
I mean, he's not the mafia. He's an investigator. But, I mean, I don't know. He could be from the Japanese mafia.
異常者とか聞きましたけど
Maybe
そ
I
れっ
don't
てど
know
ういう
it.
ことですか
They're very good at, burying. I can't talk today. Burying their tracks.
どういうことって言われたってね。
He also says ne a lot.
そりゃ私だって言いたいですよ。私はサトシ君が犯人の一点読みでしたからね。
In this ne.
とんだ万馬券が飛び出したもんです。
Oh, there's a lot of burying bodies in this series. Oishi threw himself on the sofa and crossed his hands behind his head. He looked up at the ceiling and smiled wryly. Again, he doesn't know how to smile any other way. It's just Oishi. It's how he
先日で
smiles.
すね、県警の方から急に連絡が来たんですよ。
Desio. That's
す
another
で
one.
に逮捕して取り調べをしている男が主婦殺しを自供したって。
それは何者
No, the things you learn about Higurashi, Alice. I don't even know if you want to know where I've been in this series.
薬に手を出した
There's been a lot of blood and a lot of bodies.
出所しては捕まるの繰り返しだそうです。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件が面白そうだったんで、4年目のたたりは自分が下してみたくなった。とかなんとか。
What?
間違いなくそいつが犯人
私が直接話を聞いたわけじゃないんですがね。先方が取った供述調書には、いわゆる犯人しか知り得ない情報ってやつががっつりと含まれていたんですよ。凶器を王子川のどこかで捨てたって言ってましてね。
Okay, we need to count how many times he ends a sentence with ne or desio. Like, he says both of those way too often.
今はドブさらいの最中ですよ。
Or, like, better yet, like, someone should make it a drinking game. Like, every time he ends a phrase with ne, desio, or he says oya, or yada yada, those 4 things, someone should take a drink.
これで供述通りに凶器が発見
I
さ
don't
れれ
drink,
ば
but if I did, I would turn that into a drinking game.
たとえ凶器が見つからなくてもおおむね
That would be very amusing, actually.
確定でしょうな。現場の状況と仏の状況を正確に供述しています。
You'll drink water? That's fair.
わからないような細かいあたりまでね。
Oh, he said nay again. You gotta drink now.
納得は言ってないみたいですね
Here, I'll drink water with you. What were the 4 things I said? I said desio, ne. I think he says desne, but I hear the ne. And then yare yare and oya. Those are the 4 things. If he says any of those, we gotta drink water. Uishi, still looking up at the ceiling, went quiet.
実はね。
Nah, there it is.
大バカだれ。とっくになくなってるんですよ。
Yo, desio.
うちに連絡があった時にはすでに。
亡くなってる
給食とかに出てくるでしょ。先割れスプーン。留置場の食事にもあれが出てくるんですよ。
Desio. I'm gonna lose my freaking mind.
そいつを飲み込んで
I'm gonna run out of
窒息したん
water
だとか。
by the time he's done talking.
自殺なのか錯乱なのか。ちょっと区別がつかないですがね。
Oh, he said nay. I imagine somebody swallowing the spoon and gagged.
だから十分に納得するまで調べられたわけじゃありません。私は納得できないんですがね。
ですか
上の
ね。
方は十分に納得しちゃったようでした。どうもその愉快犯が主婦殺しの犯人ってことで決着しそうな流れです。
Like, seriously, he repeats the same things over and over and over and over. I would be dead if I was drinking shots. Oishi turned his eyes from the ceiling to me. He looked serious. I've already taken like 10 drinks within the span of 2 minutes.
個人的な意見ですよ。
ですよ. Well, I will stop drinking once this water bottle is gone.
他の誰にも内緒ということで。私はこの大バカたりは何かの間違いだと思ってます。何かの偶然による壮大な勘違いか、もしくは
全然意味わかんないですよ、大石のおじさま。
She said desyo, but it doesn't count because it's not him.
私は今でも犯人は北条聡君だと思っています。
きっぱり言い切りますね。
残念ながら現場検証では犯人を特定できるような痕跡は何一つ発見できませんでした。聡君が失踪した後、家宅捜索の許可が下りましてね。
Oh, he said nay again.
家を改めさせてももらいましたが、
Almost choked on my
そ
water.
れでも手がかりはゼロ。
それでもサトシ君が犯人だと疑ってる。
ねえ。
Nay! He said it very clear that time.
証拠もないのにどうやったらそこまで人を殺人犯呼ばわりできるのやら。
Yada.
大したもんです。長年の勘ってやつですか？
Too much water, that's fair.
この道で何十年も飯を食ってきた男。
It just goes to prove the point that at the point you give up, that means within the span of 10 minutes, that means he's using the same phrases way too often. I wish he smiled in satisfaction, but I didn't feel relieved.
サトシ君はどこへ？
サトシ君が失踪した理由の一つこそが彼が犯人であるからだと。
I'm actually gonna quit too because I need to save the rest of this water for the rest of this episode.
サトシ君が犯人でないなら、そのあたりがかなり薄れちゃいますからね。
I also need to focus on what he's actually saying instead of trying to, make fun of how he's saying it.
おば殺しの犯人はその愉快犯で、サトシ君の失踪とは無関係。サトシ君失踪は私とサトシ君の仲を裂くために園崎本家がやったもの。おば殺しとは無関係という考え方は？
Was Satoshi-kun a culprit or a victim? Or both? The reason for his disappearance had become unclear. I think according to the last few chapters I've been through, or arcs, I guess, I think he did kill his aunt. Because they mentioned it with Keiichi as well when he murdered someone with the bat. That he was channeling his inner Satoshi and stuff like that. They talked about how he was and then Mion said he was acting like the same way as Satoshi in the first arc with the baseball bat and whatnot. So I'm assuming he did actually murder her. To be fair, she's an abuser though, and she was an asshole, so...
思わないんですがね。実際、園崎家の内部としてはどうなんです？
She honestly deserved it.
何かご存知？
知っていたらこんなとこに来ません。
ごもっともごもっとも。
Yeah, not to make light of murder or anything, but Yeah, she was a bit of a bitch and really deserved to die. Oishi laughed out loud while scratching his head. And after he stopped laughing, he leaned over.
よーし。なら一つどうですかね。協定を結びませんか。紳士協定。
A gentleman's deal. I think the only gentleman is you here, sir, but I could be wrong. Okay, so some of the other versions of Higurashi, like the console or the handheld game versions, have like different branches and choices and stuff, but generally the original visual novel was a straight full-on novel. It's basically just reading and experiencing. So I turned off all the choice options, so that way we could get the full, like, true, you know, story as told, as it was originally told. But there were a few versions that do have branching options, yes.
協定？何のです？
サトシ君失踪事件捜査情報共有協定。裏の界隈でサトシ君の失踪に関する情報を得られたら私にも教えてください。もちろん私もサトシ君についての情報が入ったらあなたに提供します。いかがです？
なんだか一方的な虫のいい話に思えますけど。
Uishi chuckled.
シオンさん、このまま行くと主婦殺しの犯人はすでに死んでるその大バカタレってことで確定すると思います。
I would say moist with blood?
そうなるとサトシ君の扱いは
If
単な
that's
る
the kind of
家出
moist
人
you're
になり
looking
ま
for,
す。
you've come to the right place.
つまり積極的な捜査は打ち
I'm
切ら
not
れ
gonna
る
ask
という
either why you're looking for that.
ですが私だけは続けます。私だけはサトシ君の行方を引き続き探します。シオンさんも私も
Nani?
サトシ君の行方を探しているという
Don't
点
worry
では
about it. It's
一致してると思うんですがね。
Everything's fine.
目的が全然違いますがね。私は単に無事を確認したいだけですが、大石のおじさまにとっては逮捕が目的でしょうから。
主婦殺しが決着すればサトシ君は無実ってことになりますよ。真実はどうかは別にしてもね。
怪しいもんです。
Uishi chuckled again, but his smile didn't reach his eyes.
まあ今後も仲良くやりましょう。敵の敵は味方とも言いますしね。
Sure.
別に私、園崎本家と敵対しているわけじゃありませんよ。
Saw this not so English name. What are you talking about?
なあ、本当に？ならそりゃ失礼。
This is the way of Kurado Oishi, huh? As Sissen Kasei said, I wouldn't want him as my enemy or my ally because both would be too risky. I probably shouldn't let my guard down in front of this big fat weasel. She really doesn't have a high opinion of him, does she? I slipped on the coffee to fill up the silence, though I wasn't thirsty. Outside the window I could see a normal life taking its course. But Satoshi-kun wasn't there. He should have been there, but he wasn't. I was scared that I might grow used to his absence someday. Where was he?
サトシ君はどうしてるんだろう。
Okay, so I am on Arc 5 of this game so far already. So you've missed a lot. This is part 29, but this is a series of visual novels known as Higurashi, When They Cry. When They Cry is referring to the Higurashi, aka cicadas, that are frequented in Japan during the summer, which is what you're hearing in the background right now. So it is about a town like way out in, rural Japan. It's based on a real life town actually, that you know, is seemingly normal at first, and everyone seems happy-go-lucky, but the more you grow to, like, interact with this town and, to learn things, the more you realize there's a lot more dark stuff going on in this town, and there are a lot of dark forces, and, you know, it talks about curses and festivals of, woe, as I like to call them, and people end up, you know, being murdered and disappearing and all kinds of interesting things. But yeah. It's a visual novel, so it's literally just reading. So if you're interested in story time, that's all this is gonna be, to be honest. But it's interesting story time. There's a lot of dark, interesting, like, twists and turns. It's almost like a detective game, but in a way, but not quite like Danganronpa or something. A little bit different.
生きてる可能性は薄いとか思っているくせに。
I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
気休め
Well, I'm glad you're here now anyways. So if there's stuff they're talking about that you don't understand, it's okay. I'm sorry. We're in the answer arcs now. The first 4 chapters, or arcs, are, the question arcs, and we are in the last 4, which are the answer arcs. So we're supposed to be getting answers, but to be honest, I have more questions than I do answers. Demoned away. That's a very popular phrase in this series. To be demoned away means the same thing as being spirited away. Not the Ghibli film. It's part of the local dialect.
鬼が淵の間の底の鬼の国にさらわれたってバカバカしい。
とにもかくにも連続開始事件もこれで4年目です。気の早い話ですがね、来年もまた起こるんじゃないかなんて。
Yeah, so every year for the last 4 years there have been at least one mysterious death and at least one mysterious disappearance that the cops and no one else can seem to place what exactly happened.
おば殺しがお社様のたたりのせいだって言うんですか?
And they claim it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama, which is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, which is the, you know, rural town they are in.
全体的に見てみれば仏も北条家の一人。ダム戦争の戦犯と縁がないわけじゃないですからね。しかもまたしても綿流しの日にとなれば面白がる連中が現れるのも無理もない。
And they always happen on the night of the Watanagashi, which is the their annual like festival.
バカバカしい。何がお社様のたたりだ。
Though I said that, I couldn't quite wipe away the fear from my mind. Why did Satoshi-kun disappear? Was it the Sonozaki family? Did he run away from the police? Did he really kill his aunt in the first place? Why did he even disappear? He's on his own. Oyashiro-sama's curse has nothing to do with it. But... That's strange. Satoshi-kun and Oyashiro-sama's curse. Somebody once mentioned those two together before. When did I hear that? Ah, it was, Rena. Oh, that's right. That rainy day. It was Rena Ryugu who told me that when we were taking shelter in that shack. I remembered the creepy story that she told me at that time.
Satoshi-kun wa kokoro no doko ka de Hinamizawa wo sutete doko ka e nigedashitai to omotteru kara.
That's what Rena Ryugu said. Rena had definitely pointed out that Satoshi-kun wanted to leave Hinamizawa at that time. She also said,
Satoshi-kun ga taiken shite iru koto wa subete お社様のたたりの前触れなの。
She said that, for sure. She did. She had definitely mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse. The series of mysterious deaths had struck 4 times. Was Satoshi-kun being controlled by the curse? Is that why he killed his aunt and was demoned away? No way. That can't be true. Satoshi-kun's smile faded away in my mind. Satoshi-kun disappeared. Not only that, the reason for his disappearance also disappeared. It must have been done by a human being. I can't accept that he was demoned away. Notebook, page 43. So the big, like, controversy or, like, detective part of this game is you're trying to figure out whether you think all these mysterious deaths and disappearances are because of the curse, if it's actually, you know, supernatural things, or if it's actually, you know, a secret cult thing where people are actually doing it, but they make it seem like it's a curse. But nobody really knows for sure, because everything is so, like, confusing and secret in this town. And everyone, like, kind of, protects each other, so it's hard to get real answers, because they're all, like, super secretive. I moved from one chair to another because the air conditioning was too cold. I moved with my notebook, my pen case with a bunch of keychains, and my cup of milk tea. I love milk tea. I did it all in one go. I sat down in a new chair, then opened my notebook again. I scribbled my thoughts and sank into silence. The series of mysterious deaths, dubbed the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. I've been viewing each incident as a separate case, even though it was followed by another one. I've never looked at all the cases as part of the big scheme. After I wrote down all the incidents on paper, it became clear to me that all of them served the game agenda. The same agenda, the game agenda. It is the game agenda, technically. I wrote down the victims. The first year, the construction site manager. Also, there was a dam project going on. 4 years ago it started. That they were trying to, the government wanted to create a dam as part of, you know, a project, but in creating that dam, they would have flooded all of Hinamizawa, so the people of Hinamizawa fought against and rebelled and, like, raided the construction people to try to save their town. And that's where a lot of this resentment started, and where the deaths inevitably started as well. It depends. So every year there's at least one dead body that they actually find, and then there's a disappearance of a body that they have no idea what happened to it. Like, it just vanishes. So, it's not really Mystic Messenger. I don't really feel like it's Professor Layton either. Professor Layton's a little too, like, kid-like, I guess. Like, more innocent than, this kind of game. This kind of game's a lot darker. Even though it kind of looks innocent at first. Some of the bodies are extremely mangled, and when they talk about it in detail, it's very gruesome. But they don't usually show them, they just describe them. So it's both. It's both deaths, and disappearances, so. The first year, the construction site manager. The second year, Satoshi-kun's parents. The third year, the priest. The fourth year, Satoshi-kun's aunt. For the fourth year, one could consider Satoshi-kun himself to be the victim rather than his aunt. If I considered that, each case arose from the grudge over the dam conflict. It's quite simple. In the first year, the construction manager was killed because he was a symbol of the dam construction itself. Of course, the real enemy was the Ministry of Construction, but it wasn't as clear a target. That manager, on the other hand, had been aggressively shouting back at the villagers, so he was a more appropriate enemy to attack. If Oyashiro-sama had really cursed someone, it would have been the officials from the ministry. It's apparent that the target was selected based on the villagers' preference. The second year, the accidental death of Satoshi-kun's parents. Said that they fell from a cliff in some park, but it's doubtful that it was really an accident. Also, most of the people that have died or disappeared have all been Hojos. His parents were labeled as traitors to the village because they sided with the dam construction, even though they were also from Hinamizawa. The Hojo family was ostracized during the dam conflict in order to prevent further pro-dam activists from rising up. That means that the Hojos were necessary during the conflict to play the role of the traitor. So when the conflict was over, they no longer served any purpose. Construction site manager was a symbol of the external enemy. The Hojos were a symbol of the internal enemy. Those people fell victim to the curse, and it seemed that the grudge over the dam conflict had ended. Yet those incidents were followed by another one. The third year. Leader of one of the three families, the priest Furude, suddenly died of an illness with an unknown cause. His wife drowned herself on the same night. She seemed to have left a note that said she was sacrificing herself to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Whether it was a fatal disease or suicide, their deaths looked suspicious. Miona admitted that the Sonozaki family didn't like the priest's attitude. They didn't like how the priest had been generous toward the pro-dam activists. The priest wasn't quite a traitor, but he was certainly uncooperative. Looking at these incidents, I realized that the curse was performed based on the degree of hostility, enemy, traitor, and dissident. This means that the curse was actually payment. It was a punishment for the criminals of war. In the fourth year, I didn't understand this because, at first, to be honest, I believed that this case was separate from the other ones, even though it occurred on the same day. I never thought that there would be any relation to the other three. But when I wrote it down and looked at it objectively, the victim is a relative of a traitor. After enemy, traitor, and dissident, relative of a traitor doesn't sound too odd. It comes naturally as a fourth target. My dream job, so I didn't really introduce myself very much before, but I am a witchy wolf that loves to write, so my dream job would be a official public author, which I am technically, but I don't make enough money to be a full-time author, so... Which, if I was a full-time author, I would do both this and, writing at the same time. But right now, writing's just kind of a hobby, and it's something I get into for fun. On the day the villagers worship Oyashiro-sama, their guardian deity, the criminals of the dam conflict had been punished by the curse. Just like how I was forced to pay at the Sonozaki house, the criminals were made to pay as well. After writing these things out, I started thinking that the fourth incident might be in line with the series of mysterious deaths after all. Whether it was Satoshi-kun or the dope head, it seemed that they were forced to play the role of the murderer as part of a bigger scenario. Even if Satoshi-kun was the real culprit, even if he killed his aunt because of an ordinary grudge. The murder seems synchronized with the grand scheme of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, which is a payment plan for the war criminals. That murder was the result of his pain. What if somebody planned that as part of a scenario? For instance, somebody might have suggested to him to kill his aunt on that day, that night, at that place. I had no doubts that Satoshi-kun decided to kill her in order to protect Satoko. But did he really reach that conclusion on his own? Satoshi-kun was optimistic and somewhat detached, as far as I know. Would he really have considered murdering his aunt, even if it was to protect his sister? Oh, thank you. I appreciate you for saying that. If you're interested, I actually have 2 novels published, if you're interested. I am currently working on getting the novel art redone, but they are $5 as ebooks, and they are like $12 as paperbacks. And I might also do hardcovers, but I'm waiting till the art gets finished, or gets redone. I am working on finishing that series as well, eventually. I can actually do a link to my socials, and on the last one, the last link listed there is my blog. If you open that link and go over to the author's works, you will find the list of my works right now that I have published on Amazon. And if you go to just the blog part, I have a ton of poems and short stories and all kinds of things for you to read. And I also do writing commissions. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Couldn't it be possible for somebody to have chosen the aunt as the 4th year's murder beforehand? And they used Satoshi-kun? Satoshi-kun was eliminated because of his connection with them. Yeah, but if you want to read the blog stuff, that's free. Feel free to read any of that. Looking at it that way, the murder of the 1st year resembles this case. The main culprit behind that case hasn't been found yet. Dead or alive. The other culprits testified that their fight had turned into a slaughter. But wouldn't it be possible that the main culprit had manipulated the situation? You go to the last link that I sent of the socials. It should say, like, Heather Journey Wright .wix site. You click on that, and then you just go to the tab that says blog, and there will be a bunch of different poems and short stories and stuff you can read. They're just short things. They're not like full novels or anything, but they're stuff that you can read for free if you would like. Some of them are commissions as well that I have written for other people, so it's their stories and lore as well. What if we... excuse me. What if he had been told to kill someone on that day, at that time, and in that place? I'm certain the first murder resembles Satoshi-kun's case very much. So did that mean Satoshi-kun was being controlled by somebody else? Oishi had presented me with a hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun excuse me, disappear in order to end my relationship with a murderer. And if that link gets hidden somewhere and you can't find it, if you go to my, like, if you just scroll down from, you know, where you are on my stream right now, you'll see a bunch of panels, and the link to the blog is if you just click on the blog panel down there, the link to the blog is there as well. So you can always find it, you just have to go to my channel. And no problem. I hope you enjoy reading. Oishi had presented me with the hypothesis that the Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear in order to end my relationship with a murderer. But when I read the notes I wrote down, his disappearance didn't seem too spontaneous. It seemed like part of a bigger plan. Since I'd unexpectedly got involved in that plan, I had to be separated from him. Satoshi-kun was demoned away, as planned. First, I also believed that the Sonozaki family made him disappear because they didn't like that I was in love with a member of a family of traitors. Something didn't add up. Something felt strange. I wasn't the reason for his disappearance after all, even if I never met him in the first place. Satoshi-kun was supposed to kill his aunt in 1982, and then disappear. At one point, I had been thinking of taking revenge on the hag. I'd believed that she'd separated us. Oh, Poof! Thank you for contributing to the Classic Game Night Challenge! But what if my relationship with Satoshi-kun had nothing to do with his disappearance? What would that mean? Who made Satoshi-kun disappear? I need to understand the series of mysterious deaths in order to solve this mystery. What did all these deaths mean? Who was behind them and what purpose did they serve? Hi, Poof! Yes, all the shoutouts for the Poof. I wanted to know the purpose, the motive, and who was responsible. Who took Satoshi-kun? I wanted to know if he was still alive. Yes, Alice's best mod. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa is also called Ayashira-sama's curse. What is that curse? Specifically, what kind of god is Ayashira-sama? What blessings does he bring and what punishments does he dole out? I wrote down my thoughts in the notebook. What's Ayashira-sama? What is he? I scribbled these things down. I was so absorbed in it that I didn't realize somebody had been standing behind me, watching me, the whole time. I couldn't stop myself from gasping when I realized that. Oh! It's Takano-san! Hello! I haven't seen her in a little bit. What's up, girl? How you doing? How's your murder investigations going? And by murder investigations, I mean she is a nurse, but she has extreme love and what's the word? Like fixation on like supernatural like murder stories and stuff like that. She loves that shit. The intelligent-looking woman giggled. Oh, she still creeps me out. She's not done anything other than talk a lot about, you know, torture devices that one time, but she still creeps me out. You know Higurashi, Poof? I need to talk to more people that know Higurashi, because everyone else is just confused. Also, Boom, if you want to write, you should definitely write. I have basically been writing little, like, tiny stories all of my life, but eventually in high school, I decided to just start writing stories. I wrote a little story in middle school, but it wasn't very big, and I really haven't expanded upon it yet, but I plan to. But in high school, I decided I was going to write a very descriptive, long short story. Well, it was supposed to be a short story, but it ended up being like a small novella. Like, it was like 40-plus pages. And I wrote it for a creative writing class, and that class and the teacher inspired me to make it into a full-time novel. Which, inevitably, that novel ended up actually becoming my second novel I released. The first novel I released is the first in the series, which for some reason I decided to write first. I don't know why, but a novel is now published because of that. So if you want to write, please write. I will do everything I can to help you and to like, I am an English major. I have graduated college with a bachelor's in English, so I've got a lot of writing in English under my belt. So yeah, keep working on your dreams. I'm always happy to hear other people that want to write and that are writers. It makes me really happy because I feel like there's not enough of us out there, and we really, really need to come together and help each other and to just spread the joy of writing, because it's such an important art form that's very underappreciated. Also, Poof, you play Dead Space? I love Dead Space! Dead Space is amazing. I played Dead Space when I was like in middle school, and it still holds so much nostalgia for me. Yeah, also, I'm playing the game version of Higurashi. Obviously, this is not the show. It originally was a visual novel series, and this is, like, the updated art version of that original visual novel. So, this is the original full-length story, whereas the anime cut a lot of these details down. So, there's a lot more here than in the original anime. So, You might learn something else that you didn't know before. She could have apologized a little better too, since she'd been watching. Since she'd been watching me from behind. I write a lot better than I speak, I swear. But she just stared at my face instead. Ooh. Oh, she knows she's Shion.
私の名前を知ってて、私が初対面ということは、お姉の知り合いか何かですか?
Being twins is a pain sometimes. Yes. The anime was actually, I thought it was pretty well done myself. I actually watched the first season of the anime before I ever got into the games, and then I got most of the games on sale on Steam and decided to stream them, and I've been streaming them for like almost a year now, and I'm still not even, I'm a little over halfway, but I'm still not even close to finishing. But yes, it is a deep, twisted story, and it is very, very interesting. Yeah, the horror lovers gotta stick together, man. I absolutely love deep, captivating horror stories that are actually super descriptive. Yeah. As you can see from my title, I am on part 29 now. So it has been going on. And most of these parts are at least between an hour to anywhere from an hour to like 4 hours long. So Moonflower. Which one is that? Hold on. I have to check out my own blog. I've forgotten. I've written so many, like, short stories and poems that I've forgotten. I've forgotten what they all were. Oh, yeah! The Yuri shorts! Yeah! I love the Yuri shorts. So, Moonflower, Dahlia, and Sunflower are 3 connected short stories that were just a collection of Yuri shorts I decided to write for Pride Month. I don't know if this last year? I think it was last year. Maybe it was this year. I don't remember. But yeah, I love Yuri. My first novel has a Yuri couple in it, and my third one has one in it as well, even though it's not been released yet. But I absolutely love LGBT representation in things, and I definitely want to include it more in my works, so yes. Being twins is a pain sometimes. People you've never met before can tell exactly who you are.
ごめんなさいね。私の知っている園崎さんは図書館なんかに来るような人じゃないから。
Oh, I thought we were at the doctor's office. We're in a library. Okay.
噂に聞いた。
I was so confused. The woman giggled again.
お察しの通り、私は園崎シオンです。どうもはじめまして。こんにちは。失礼ですがどちら様ですか?
I may decide one day to write more like just I do want to write eventually like just full on like full Yuri novels. I think that would be super cool.
あら、ごめんなさいね。
Ara.
自己紹介がまだだった。
She said Ara for me. I didn't even have to. She seemed to love her own hair because she kept running her fingers through it boastfully.
高野美代。美代って呼んでくれていいわよ。シオンちゃん。
She's so much creepier, I think, in the game than she is in the anime.
お気遣いありがとうございます。高野さん。
Her condescending attitude bugged me. I hate meeting people like that. I closed my notebook and got ready to leave the desk. You know who's gonna show up near her, though.
ご検察、痛み入ります。私は一人で考え事をするのが好きなんで、よそへ行かせていただきます。失礼します。ごきげんよう。残念ね。私たち話が合うと思ったのに。そうですか？私は合うとは思いかねますが。
Ouch, Shion, jeez.
だって
お社様のたたりについて研究する同志に出会えたんで
What's
すもの。
his name? The photographer guy. He's always right next to her.
貴重な出会いだと思うんだけど。
She saw my notes. Tomitake, thank you. Thank you, Poof. I haven't seen him in forever.
そう
No, you're
噂み
right.
たい
You're
なもの
absolutely right. It might be spelled differently, but you're right. The pronunciation's the same.
デタラメです。子供の落書きなんかほっといてください。
お社様のたたりと呼ばれる一
Oh,
連
here
の
we
連
go.
続開始
The
事件。
history lesson from Takano about the mysterious curse.
いずれの事件も個別に見えながら確実に一つの意思に基づいて行われている。毎年一人がお社様のたたりにあって死に、一人が生贄に捧げられて失踪する。
は？何を急に言い出すんですか？一人がたたりで死んで、一人が何ですって？
I was taken aback by her weird spiel. But I realized right away that she'd said something extraordinary.
南沢村連続開始事件の犠牲者が常に偶数
Except for that
人
one
数だってこ
time.
とは
There was that
あ
one
なたも
time it
気づいて
wasn't
たんじゃない？
even.
それともまだそこまでには
I
至って
still
な
don't
かったかしら
understand that. I think it was in the second arc, but that hasn't happened yet. So I guess that makes sense. There's one time in the second arc where the numbers are not even, and it's weird. The number of victims is always even? I was confused, but I tried to figure out what that meant. The dam construction site manager died in the first year. There was only one victim. In the second year, the victims were the parents of Satoshi-kun, so it was 2 people. In the third year was the priest, and if her death was also planned, his wife, 2 again. And in this year, the 4th year, Satoshi-kun's aunt died and Satoshi-kun went missing. Satoshi-kun's disappearance was planned, the number of the victims was 2. It's true. Except for the first one, the victims always came in an even number 2. Wait. I had just concluded myself that the first case resembled the 4th one. The main culprit was still missing. He might have been demoned away, just like Satoshi-kun.
ね、そうでしょ。
Takano-san sounded like a teacher who had showed me how to solve a difficult math problem. I wasn't quite convinced, but I couldn't deny what she'd said either.
ヒントはこのくらいでいいかしら。二人で存分に語り明かしたかったんだけど、あなたが孤独を好むなら仕方がないしね。
Yes, I do have a Discord. I was gonna post a new link up as well. I ended up taking the link off because of the hate raids, but those have kind of gone down, so I probably will post a new link soon. But I will send you a one-time link for now, and then I will update the link later for everybody. Oh, and if Poof, you also want to join the Discord, I can do another link for you as well. Alright, so there is a Discord link for you. And there is a Discord link for you. The waves always crack me up. I don't understand the little sticker guys. Hey, Poof. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the server. It Discord! It Pally! Pally's here! Yeah, the waves are like super odd. So we just have a dance party of carrots? I think it's carrots. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Pally Callie! Yes! Shoutouts for the Pally! Alright, I gotta get back to the game now. But I'm glad I could give you all a Discord link. Actually, let me actually go ahead and just make that invite link now, because I will forget. So let me go ahead and do never expire, no limit, generate new link. Oh my god, that emote's so cute. Stop it. Poof, I'm gonna ask you to be my friend. You must be my friend now. It is part of the ritual. Alright, and then let me make a Discord command as well. I was meaning to do this already, so I just am kind of, Alright, we now have a Discord chat command. Hooray! For everybody. I'm just kidding, Poof. You do not have to be my friend. You do not. I just sent you a friend request. Yay! We have a Discord link, guys! I also need to update that in my, my panels as well. Whatcha? I like Franz. Yes, I also like Franz. That should work. Okay, cool. It do worky. About to say most of the people here are already in the the server, but oh, you could be my friend too. I like friends. I just have seen Poof around a lot more because Poof has been in a lot of like Alice's streams. Let me get on. I need to change my. Oh my god! I changed one thing. I gotta change everything else. Hold on. We'll get back to Higurashi. Don't worry. I promise. Feel free to chat amongst yourself while I fix this thing. Please. Computer is very slow. Okay. Boop, ba-doop, boop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Oh, here's all my links. Edit. Whatcha? Web address. There we go. I really need to get a Twitch panel for my blog. Okay, so the link to the Discord should be updated on my blog and my Twitch. That all should be all fine and dandy. Yep, that all should be good. Okay. Alright. Back to Higurashi. I have no idea what you all have been talking about. Yeah, shoutouts for the Alice. Alice gets all the shoutouts. You just sent me Ara. I had not checked my Discord other than checking to send friend request to you guys. Oh, you were playing the letter last, Alice. I love the letter. I need to finish it, but the person I was streaming it with has been super busy at work, and we haven't been able to play it in a long time, which makes me sad. But hopefully sometime soon we can finish it. Dylan's here! Hi, Dylan! I didn't know you popped into the chat. You transferred from a major in economics to linguistics. I don't know if that's a good or a bad decision. It just depends on which one is easier for you and whatever you're better at. I don't know. I majored in English creative writing, so I have no freaking clue how to do anything else. That's fair. Yeah, thank you for shouting out the merch. I have some merch now available. Do I have, what happened to all my stickers, man? I used to have stickers everywhere. Now I only have, like, 6 stickers. Where did they all go? Or am I just using the wrong panel? Hold on, I'm using the wrong panel. They're in the other panel. I was gonna send you my salutes. Da-da, there you go. Hey, yeah, the notebook. Notebook's really good. Oh boy. Construction and trades. I am not into working with my hands at all. But I think it's cool, and it's definitely in high demand right now, for sure. Yeah, that sounds cool. You should definitely pursue that if that's what you're interested in. All right, back to Higurashi, guys. Focus, everybody, focus. That was my fault, actually.
私のことはシオンと呼んでください。
Also, Dylan, I don't know if you've seen my model yet. Have you seen my model yet? She seemed content that I changed my attitude. She kept giggling for a while. She didn't seem that reliable. I didn't want to be acquainted with her for too long. Yeah! Thank you! I love it! But I don't get to talk to people very much. I feel like an official VTuber now. And what she said interested me. Excuse me again. All 2.5 brothers. What? Why is there only a half? Dylan? Do we need to have a conversation? Dylan. We've talked about this, Dylan.
赤のミオよ。ミオって呼んでくれると嬉しいわ。
よろしくです、ミオさん。私は園崎シオン。
Oh, okay, half brother. I got you.
ミオンの双子の妹。
I was about to say. I was like, Dylan. We've talked about cutting people in half, Dylan. We've talked about this.
シオンと呼んでください。
I took the hand that Mio-san held out as a sign of reconciliation.
さっきの話を聞かせてください。
You may be my first mate, and you may do most of the dirty work here, but, no cutting people in half, okay?
一人がたたりで、もう一人が
I'm innocent TM. Trademark. That's fair.
ねえ。
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. All first mates are totally innocent.
この話で盛り上がる前に、どうしてこの話に興味があるか。
I definitely, speaking of that story I wrote in middle school, it was actually a story about pirates, because there was this, it was mostly a novel, but it had, like, a decent bit of, it was like a light novel, I guess. It was written by a Chinese author, I believe. And, I really liked it, and it was about pirates, and, this girl that was taken in by pirates and who had a special destiny and carried around this, you know, I don't know how to explain it. It was just a good book, and I really liked it. And then I wrote a short story about it when I was in middle school, and I don't have the short story anymore, but I still have the concept of what the book was about. And I really want to just write a book about pirates, because pirates are awesome. She leaned over and looked into my eyes. It was kind of uncomfortable.
ミオさんこそ私のことをどこまでご存知です？
Fena? I don't know what Fena is, unfortunately.
ご存知なら
It's probably a book none of you have ever heard of. There was a third book that came out, I think, that never got released anywhere.
さあ何年か遠くの全寮制の学校にいて最近沖宮に戻ってきたとしか知らないわよ。
Yeah, I mean, school's weird, man. I have no idea. I had to take so many classes in college and in high school to graduate or get my degree, and I'm like, why? Why did I need these classes? They had nothing to do with anything.
そうですか。じゃあ想像つきますよね。私がいない間に起こった連続開始事件。私はよくわからないので調べてるんです。ちょっとした興味本位で。
なるほどね。
Oh, I forgot. She was at that boarding school for a long time. So, like, a lot of things, like, she just wouldn't have heard about. That everyone else seems to think is common knowledge. I got the impression that she knew about what happened to Satoshi-kun and me. Oof, ads. Feels bad. I'm sorry. Because she instantly recognized me as Shion, not Mion. I didn't know why I thought that way, as she should have had access to the sources that, for instance, Oishi does. Oh no, this book came out when I was, like, in elementary school, I think. It's been out for a while. It came out sometime in the 2000s, I think. It was just the look in her eyes that made me think that way.
ミオさんにも聞きます。さっき私のことをお社様のたたりについて調べる同志と言いましたね。
I forgot what it's called. I'll have to look it up later.
なぜたたりなんか研究してるんですか？そして連続開始事件の犠牲者は偶数人であることも言い切りましたね。ひなみ沢連続開始事件は確かに通称で
But it's buried, and I don't know if I'll ever find it. At least not for a while. At least not till I move and have to go through all my books again.
なぜたたりを研究すると連続開始事件にまで踏み込むことになるのですか？
シオンちゃん、質問が一度に多すぎるわね。それに何が聞きたいのかややこしくて分かりにくいわ。
Shion does ask a lot of questions, doesn't she? No, it was actually by a Japanese. Interesting. No wonder I liked it so much. It was by a Japanese author. I thought it was a Chinese author for some of these. It is a book called The Timelight Stone. The series is called The Pirate and the Princess, and this book in particular is called The Timelight Stone. There was supposed to be a second book, but either it never came out over here, or oh, maybe it did. It says it's extremely, it didn't come out till 2016. It says it's extremely, like, out of print. Like, I guess they never released a lot of them for some reason. Interesting. But the first book is pretty cheap. to buy, actually. I found it on Amazon. Here, I will send it to you all if you would like to go look at it. It's a pretty good book. It's more of like, you know, a young adult, like middle school age kind of book. But it's a good book. It kind of inspired me to write more about pirates, and I still have yet to write about pirates. Is the theme. Oh, I couldn't say anything in return. Maybe I've been too inquisitive.
順に答えるわね。私が研究しているのはたたりじゃなく、もっと後に。鬼ヶ淵村の風俗史よ。平たく言えば、古代ひなみ沢村の知られざる歴史、暗黒史について研究しているの。
鬼ヶ淵村？鬼ヶ淵って鬼の国につながってるっていう村の奥にある底なし村のことですか？あと知られざる歴史、暗黒史って何です？
I kept asking questions. Mio-san, however, looked pleased to hear them. Oh, she loves talking about dark curses and history.
鬼ヶ淵村というのはひなみ沢村の明治以前の名前よ。暗黒史というのはうすうすは知っているでしょ。
Yeah, I really like the art style in that book.
人食い鬼の歴史は
It's, as I said, it's almost like a light novel, but a bit more like I wouldn't say like kiddish, but like cartoonish, you know, a little more cartoonish, but in a good way. Ah, the man-eating demons, huh? There was a fairy tale told in Hinamizawa. A long time ago, demons came out of the swamp, and while the villagers battled with them, they ended up living peacefully together. The villagers transcended and became a sacred people, having demon blood in their veins. That long-forgotten fairy tale came back to my mind vividly.
ひなみ沢に縁のある人なら誰もが知ってる当たり前の昔話よね。では、その半人半鬼の仙人たちが
The cannibal banquet. Oh, good. Story time.
え？何の話ですか？
村人たちの体に半分流れる鬼の血は、鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血だったって話は聞いたことない。
You know it's gonna be a good story when it's called the cannibal banquet. Oh, wolfie pets! Hold on, where are my wolfie pets? Ah, I'm sorry. Let me click over into my Streamlabs and then click wolfie pets. Oh, the head pets! Buddha, Buddha, Buddha. I might move them down a little bit. There. Perfect. I'll just keep these head pats on my head for the rest of stream.
ああ、まあそんな話もありますね。
I dodged the question. Hinamizawa used to be a desolate village, but it grew in prominence after the Second World War and expanded its influence to Okinomiya and other areas. The people who disliked and discriminated against the villagers called us man-eating demons. I remember that. The young villagers didn't take it seriously, but the older people can get seriously upset about it. They certainly can't take it as a joke. So the term man-eating demons is forbidden. We normally never use it. Even during my rebellious phase, I never spoke those words. Rebellious phase. Mio-san, however, seemed to have no qualms with saying it out loud. Well, she's not from Hinamizawa, so she don't give a shit.
何がですか？
人食い鬼って単語を意味嫌う村人は多いからね。気に障ったなら謝るけれど。
年寄り連中は気にするらしいですけど、まあ私はそんな
What
に
is
は
that
気にしてません
fish?
ので。
That cracks me up.
それより続けてください。
ありがとう。じゃあ続けるわね。古代の村人たちにはね、人を食らう食人の習慣があったらしいの。そしてその食人の儀式を様式化し、さまざまなセレモニーや文化、風習を生み出したと言われている。私たちが6月のお祭りだと思っている綿流しだって、 本来は
Pakaroth? I don't know what that is or who that is. What is that? Do I want to know what that is?
本来は犠牲者をさらい食べるために行う食人の宴だった。
Oh, I'm sorry. Does it bother you when I call you this? Obviously offensive term. The fish with one wing? You mean like the one-winged angel? Sephiroth! Dun 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 dun. But in fish form?
彼らはね、犠牲者を高速台に縛り付け、お魚をおろす時みたいに腹渡を引きずり出してそれを川に投げ捨てたとされている。
That's a great description right there. Chased after the sacrifice and ate them. They bound the sacrifice to a table, gutted them, and dumped the organs into a river. Fantastic. I love that imagery.
ほら、魚の腹渡って。
Wata can mean cotton, but it can also mean organs.
それが語源よ。綿流しの。
Yep, this is true.
綿流し。
Organ drifting. It's originally, people call it the cotton drifting festival. But they also it can also translate into organ drifting festival.
そうよ。お布団の綿なんかでごまかすようになったのは、私の研究では明治の頃からじゃないかと思うわね。まさかこの昭和の時代にそんな恐ろしいことが堂々とできるわけもないのだし。
Delicious. Everything Mio-san was talking about sounded startling. I was just taken aback. I couldn't wholly believe it right away. She sensed that from my expression.
もちろん、思いつきなでっち上げなんかでは
I swear it's real.
誰にも見せないって誓うなら、綿流しのあたり
Let's compare notes on the, the cannibalistic tendencies of your homeland. Fantastic. What a waste. Dylan, we've talked about this. You don't just pick up random livers off the street and eat them now. Dylan. Put it down. You don't know where it's been. Mio-san took out a notebook from her bag and flipped through it. She appeared to be doing her research thoroughly.
ありがとうございます。お借りできるものなら後でゆっくり読んでみたいと思います。
本当は閲覧厳禁の
Oh, I'm sure you would love to keep it confidential. You psychotic bitch.
研究の同志になら特別に見せてあげてもいいわね。
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you have a very, very, very particular palate. Mm-hmm. Mio-san handed me the notebook a bit hesitantly. It looked like it'd take a whole night to finish reading. It was densely packed with information. You can't pick up random kidneys either, okay? That's just none of those. No organs. No organs. I saw copies of various documents and quotes in there too. It wasn't just some delusion of hers.
一番最初にミオさんは言いましたよね。毎年の事件で一人がたたりが死に、一人が生贄にされて失踪すると。
A person is sacrificed and disappears. Satoshi-kun had gone missing. Did he become a sacrifice? What is a sacrifice anyway? Someone that is sacrificed. I feel like that should be obvious. Mio-san looked pleased to hear my questions again. She took out another notebook and handed it to me.
読めばわかるけど、かいつまんで話すわね。お社様のたたりとは、
Oh my god.
簡単に言えば、
She just made a cannibalism pun. I'll give you a digest version. This girl. this woman right here.
お社様が怒ったら、罰としてたたりが。
That's very well done, actually.
それはわかるわよね。
I'm actually a little impressed.
一応わかります。ダム戦争で村に敵対した人間たちにお社様が怒り、たたりが起こったと。そうね。
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut off her words. I'm sorry.
でね、お社様のたたりというの
My
は
finger slipped.
放置してはいけないの。 もっともっと大きなたたりを
もっ
招く
ともっと。
からね。だから神職である古出家の歴代当主たちはお社様のたたりがあるたびにそのお怒りを鎮めるために生
Let me
贄を
just
捧
lean
げ
my
る
head
必
towards
要
the
があ
head
ったの。
pats.
それを生贄の儀と呼ぶみたいなんだけどね。
じゃあつまり、毎年綿流しの日にお社様のたたりで一人死んで、そのたたりを鎮めるためにさらにもう一人を生贄にして殺してると、そう言うんですか？
Oh, it's time for tea time. Hydrate time. Because of Oishi, I don't have a lot of water left, but I did drink a little bit. Okay. It's Oishi's fault. God dang it. It's always Oishi's fault. Okay.
でも一人しか死んでませんよ、現実に。生贄に捧げられたなんて聞いたこともない。
死体が出ないのは当然よ。だって生贄の儀式は犠牲者を鬼ヶ淵の沼に沈めることなん
It's
だもの。
always his fault.
あの沼は一度沈めば二度と浮き上がることはないと言われる底なしの沼。死体なんて出ようはずもない。
Excuse me while I yawn. Oh my gosh.
じゃあ毎年のもう一人の犠牲者はみんな沼の底に沈んでると。
Also, I blink a lot more when I'm tired, so I apologize for the spam blinking here. Does that mean Satoshi-kun is also at the bottom of that dark green swamp?
さあ、本当に沼の底に沈められているかはわからないわ。
Yes, we do have alert command.
でも連
Feel
続
free
事
to
件を
make
起こ
use
している
of
人
it. We
た
also
ち
have an
が
unlurk
それ
command
を意識
for when you
し
come
て
back.
一人を消していることは間違いないと思うわね。
That was Pred's idea, actually. Which I haven't seen him in a minute, but hopefully he's okay. I should send him a message. Oh, I'm not reading. Sorry. Each year a traitor of the village dies on the day of Wananagashi because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And another person is sacrificed in order to pacify Oyashiro-sama's anger. Ay. That person's body will never be found because he or she is supposed to be thrown into the bottomless swamp.
そう、つまり
Or they.
南沢村連続開始事件というのは2つでセットになったもの。そしてそれを毎年繰り返すことによってダム戦争時の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ殺していけるシステムのことを指しているの。私の話は省略しすぎてるからね。多分ちょっと信じがたいとは思う。だからこそあなたに預けた研究ノートをね。
So this chapter is going to take another 2 hours. It's already almost 4 hours into my stream now.
内容を理解できたなら私の話がそういい加
I
減なも
can't
のでもない
believe
こ
it's
と
tricked me
がわ
like
かるは
this.
ず。
You're supposed to have a long chapter and then a short chapter. Don't you know, Higurashi? Don't you know that's how this works? I heard a man's voice just then. A middle-aged man with a hat was waving at Mio-san from the entrance.
ごめんなさい。待ち人が来たみたい。
Middle-aged man with a hat. Who be that? Who be that? Who is it, Poof? Who is it?
もっとゆっくり話がしたかったのに。でも機会はまだこれからもあるでしょうしね。そのノートはそれまで預けておくわね。中身をよく読んで理解できたなら私のいい話し相手になってくれるのを楽しみにしているわね。
Mio-san wrapped up the conversation and headed to where the man was waiting for her. She left her old notebooks in my hands. Oh, she just gave her all her notes? Wow. How generous of her. Mio-san waved at me as she left the library with her companion. I took a seat again and opened what she'd given me. What bugged me was the series of mysterious deaths, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. Everything bugs me about the whole story. Maybe I'd be able to get closer to the truth by reading these notebooks. If I studied them carefully, I might be able to find out who was really behind the incidents. Why did Satoshi Kun have to disappear? What was he involved in? How did that happen? Maybe Takano's notes would bring me the answer. Research notes, Mio Takano. I started flipping the pages, this time making sure that no one was watching over my shoulder. It was time for the library to close. I had to leave. I bought some food on my way home. I shut my door and locked it right away. Then I heard the door of the neighboring apartment open. Kasai lived next door. Nobody else lived on this floor of the nearly empty apartment building anyway. I clearly heard the door open and close. Kasai must have noticed that I came home and was coming over because he wanted to talk to me. I unlocked the door and shouted out to him. I know, the bunny trash can. I love the little bear, too. He's cute.
Kasai nano? Kagi wa aite masu yo.
And the fish rug there is also cute.
Kasai-san janai yo, Shion.
That voice. I twitched.
Hairu yo. Douzo, one.
The door slowly opened. My alter ego, Mion Sonozaki, appeared. She was holding a box of cake. Oh, you think you could just give me cake and make it all better? That'll just put my fingernail trauma right underneath the fish rug there. Like, it's just gonna fix everything? While smiling timidly,
どうぞ上がってって言うまで玄関に突っ立ってるつもりですか？どうぞ上がって。全然可愛くない部屋で申し訳ないけどね。
It's cute.
落ち着いた雰囲気のとこだね。
Yeah, the last time they saw each other, the whole fingernail incident happened, so yeah, that's a little awkward. Sis looked a bit tense when entering my room. It was her first time here.
生活はどう？新しい学校はやっぱりつまらないです。一応通ってはいますけど、気分が乗らないときはサボらせてもらってます。全寮制だとなかなかそうはいかないですからね。セール中はやっぱり辛かったか。
See, I was always that good kid. I never skipped class. Like, I always would be scared I'd get in trouble. Like, I never skipped class once. I have taken off classes in college, but it's different when you have adult responsibilities, you know?
チェ、お姉も一度閉じ込められてみろってんです。
Also, I didn't really see the appeal in, like, skipping specific classes. It's like, why skip those classes when you're gonna have to, like, why stay for some classes and then skip others? Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, just do the whole thing and make it easier on yourself, you know? If you're gonna spend time out of school, like, just take the whole day. Like, just 1 or 2 classes or half a day is just not enough.
ごめんごめん。ケーキ買ってきたからさ、食べよ。
Mion opened the box. I saw 2 cheesecakes there. Ooh, I love cheesecake. We have the same taste in food, so we don't have to fight if we get 2 of the same thing. I chatted with her over the cheesecake. I talked to her about school and whatnot.
必要な家具とかがあったら言ってね。
She should have brought a whole cheesecake, not just 2 slices.
融通できるかもしれないから。
That's not enough.
この部屋にもようやく馴染んできたとこだけど、近いうちに引き払うかもしれないから、家具はノーサンキューです。うちのお父さんが沖宮に住むつもりなら戻ってこいってうるさいんですよ。お父さんに会いたくないんだけど、かといって逆らうのも怖いしな。 お父さんもシオンがいなくなって寂しそうだったから、
Oh.
なんだかんだ言っても帰ってきたら喜ぶと思うよ。
That's how my dad is too. He gets really lonely when we don't visit him and stuff. I always feel bad.
チェー、人事だと思って。
Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd talked to Sis since I was allowed to live as Shino Sonozaki. She didn't look like how she was at the Sonozaki's house that day. The successor of the Sonozaki family and my twin sister are two different people. The demon lives inside the leader of the Sonozakis. Our bodies are exactly the same, except for the tattoo of a demon on her back. Mion's destiny as the successor was set in stone when she got that tattoo. It's pretty simple. The Mion from that night was different from the Mion before me. When I was forced to tear off my fingernails, I'd momentarily despised her. But if I were the next leader of the family, I'd have done the same.
シオン、爪は治った？もうすっかり傷口は塞がったからね。最近は目立つのがかえって嫌なんで、包帯みたいなのもしてないです。でもまだだいぶいびつでね、あまり人には見せられないかな。
I sneered at her, displaying my incomplete fingernails. Mion grew quiet and looked down.
謝らなくていいよ。ミオンだって、あそこは仕方なかったんだからさ。次期当主の役割を演じただけ。恨んじゃいないから。ごめんね。オッケー。その謝罪で私は全部チャラにした。
Okay.
でも、もう一度謝ったらそれは取り消し。一生許さないよ。え、何それ。お姉は一度謝りモードに入るとなかなか抜けられない悪い癖がありますからね。私の方で区切らないとキリがないんです。本当に許してくれるの？サトシとのことも。
My heart raced when she mentioned his name. It just felt like the ache of an old wound.
シオンがサトシのことを好きなのは、あれだけ大勢の前で熱愛宣言しちゃいましたからね。なんだか今更恥ずかしくもなんともないや。でも、バッチャはあれで本当にけじめがついたと思ってるんだよ。シオンがちゃんと自分でけじめをつけてみせたから、それで全部終わりって。そうでなきゃ困ります。あれだけ痛い思いしたんですから。サトシ、どこに行ったんだろうね。
I started choking when I heard her say that. I just said it to her myself. I said that I'd forgiven her completely. But that promise instantly evaporated. Just because of what she said, I felt like I'd turned into a completely different person. What did you just say, Mion? Did you just say I wonder where Satoshi-kun disappeared to? Who else could know other than you and your folks? What did you say? Where did he go? I felt my eyeballs reddening in anger. I felt as though they were about to pop. Oh damn, she gonna blow. Stand back, she gonna blow. I choked on a burning sensation in my throat. Mion's expression rapidly changed. It looked like she noticed the devil's mask on my face. We were one and the same. We could understand each other's thoughts without voicing them. So showing our expressions was like unveiling everything in our hearts to the other.
ごめん。
Even though I'd told her not to apologize anymore, Mion apologized. I felt like strangling her. I was going to make her confess where she'd hid Satoshi-kun. If she told me she threw him into the Onigabushi swamp, I'd strangle her to death right then and there.
サトシのことは
Damn.
本当に知らないの。
She really loves this kid. Oh my god. Like, screw you, sis. This boy matters more to me than you. That's a lie.
本当。バッチャだって何も知らない。本当なの。嘘だ嘘だ嘘だ。じゃあ本当にお社様のたたりで鬼隠しにあったとでも言うつもりなのか。たたりなんてあるもんか。たたりなんてあるもんか。
Words kept coming out of my mouth, like I was chanting a spell. I do that on occasion. I wasn't speaking by my own will anymore. It was the demon who was controlling me. The demon that had been sleeping deep inside of me woke up and was speaking through my mouth. My hands, demon's hands, grabbed Mion by the neck.
お前たちがサトシ君を鬼隠しにしたん
Oh,
だ。
damn.
お前たちその先本家が、お前たちが返して、私のサトシ君を返して。返して。
Why do girls always go psycho for guys? I just don't understand, man. I just don't get it. They're not that cool. Like, they're not worth it. My hand slowly but surely squeezed Mion's neck. It wasn't me! It was a very funny comment, Alice. I appreciate that. No, not... You're a daemon, not a demon. It's a difference. I know it wasn't you. Alice would never. Mion put her hands onto mine. I looked at her fingers. Oh. 3 of the fingernails on her left hand looked as ugly as mine.
ミオ、
What?
これはどうしたの？
Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't have to answer. She had the same scars as I did. She atoned as well. The way those wounds were healing looked the same as mine. So did she get those wounds around the same time as I did?
シオンだけが爪を剥がされるなんて
Oh.
かわいそうすぎるんだもん。
Oh. Mion started sobbing. I stood there, petrified, still wringing Mion's neck.
シオンがね、サトシのことを好きだって分かって。
Sad girl hours. Okay, let me turn on the sad expression. I'm sad now.
私、シオンとサトシに幸せになってほしかったんだよ。
Meh.
だってシオンばっかりいつもかわいそうで。
Oh.
私たちは同じ双子なのに。
My heart.
なんでシオンばっかりいつも差別されて。
It... I'm sad. It didn't come as a surprise to me that Mion might have also loved Satoshi-kun as I did. We've always liked the same stuff and even the same people. She was stupid enough to feel obligated. And they both ended up falling in love with Keiichi, too. So they both have the same type, I guess. She was stupid enough to feel obligated towards someone like me.
私ね、ばっちゃにね、怒鳴って言ったんだよ。シオンとサトシをそっとしてあげてほしいって。そしたら、けじめをつけたら見逃そうという話になって。だからね、ちゃんとシオンが頑張ったから、もうね、二人は普通に過ごしてもよかったんだよ。なのに、サトシいなくなっちゃった。
ねえ。
こんなのひどいよね。ひどすぎるよね。
Don't make me cry. I can't do it. I hate when they cry. Ugh. It's funny because Higurashi when they cry. Haha. Not funny, I'm not laughing. Mion isn't smart enough to shed crocodile tears. Those tears were real. Her tears dissolved by Demon's anger like how the sun melts ice.
信じて、シオン。本当にサトシがどうしていなくなってしまったのか。わかる。園崎家とかバッチャとか、本当にそういうのは何も関わってないの。バッチャはシオンのけじめで全てを許した。だからサトシに何かするなんて絶対にないの。ミオ、ごめん。苦しかった。
I took my hands off her neck and held her instead.
苦しくなんかないよ。 シオンはもっともっと苦しかったんだよね。
I shouted at the demon in my mind. I believed in Mion. I had been convinced it was the Sonozaki family that made Satoshi-kun disappear. But Mion denied it, while shedding tears. Between her and me, the tears are more convincing than any words. So I'd believe in her. It absolutely wasn't the Sonozaki family that made him disappear. Oh! Okay, changing from the sad expression now. Alright, we're done with sad stuff. We're back to the scary murder stuff. So do you really think that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? I don't believe in curses, and Mion didn't do it. If it wasn't the curse or the Sonozaki family, who demoned him away? I don't know. I just know it's not Mion. It's not the Sonozaki's family because Mion says so. That's stupid, Shion. Are you going to ignore Satoshi-kun's voice? I know. You don't have to remind me, demon. I can hear his voice. I know he's mumbling with an ambivalent expression like he always used to do, even though he knows help won't come. I'll help him no matter what. I'll save him if he's alive. I'll avenge him if he's dead. Mion didn't do it. You just want to take it out on somebody. It doesn't matter who. But I'm Shion, not a demon. You're only a part of me. Don't try to take control. Fuck off! Hell yeah. Don't ever show up again. No problem, Poof. Go get good foods. Go makes good foods. The demon faded away. My body went limp, and I fell to the floor while holding Mion.
シオン、大丈夫？もう大丈夫だよ。私たちはどうしてミオンとシオンなんだろうね。どうして同じ一人であってはいけないんだろうね。やめなよ。私たちはもう何度もそれを自問してきたよ。でも答えなんか出ない。現実に私とあなたはミオンとシオン。それが現実。私ね、自分がミオンでもシオンでもどっちでもいいんだよ。私たちは私たち、公平な関係でいたいのに。仕方がないよ。ミオンの背中には鬼が宿ってる。闘志を継ぐ定めが宿ってる。それは仕方がない。私嫌だ。鬼なんかいらない。鬼なんかいらない。私は鬼じゃない。鬼じゃない。同じ人間なのがいい。
Well, they all kind of have demons in them. Mion is a demon, and Shion is a human. Even though we're twins, there's a difference between us. Was it possible for humans to live with demons after all? It should be possible, because they did it before. That's the legend of Hinamizawa. Humans and demons lived in harmony together, as Oyashiro-sama watched over them. Mion, Shion, Satoshi-kun, demons, humans, Oyashiro-sama's curse, the series of mysterious deaths, Satoshi-kun's disappearance. We fell asleep while holding each other, while holding everything. It's going to be the end of the chapter. I think. Wow. Wow. That was intense. Like camping. Alright. Notebook, page 50. I saw Mio Takano a few times after that. At her core, she was fascinated with the bizarre. She had an insatiable curiosity that was just as strong. I have to remind myself not to take her story so seriously. Otherwise, I might start believing that Satoshi-kun disappeared because of the curse. She talks about the dark history of Hinamizawa a lot. It's all very interesting. Her theories are based on nothing but conjecture. But some of her intuition covers facts that only members of the Sonosaki family would know. She thinks that Oyashiro-sama's curse is the continuation of these ancient rituals. In other words, she believes that the curse is performed by religious fanatics. According to her theory, a religious cult once existed in Hinamizawa, and 3 families stem from it. She believes that they are operating behind the scenes in order to revive the dignity of the Onagafushi people, which was lost during the Meiji era. Mio-san's theories are far-reaching, and looking at them on a larger scale, they end up making a lot of sense. But they can't offer any explanation for Satoshi-kun's disappearance when using them on a smaller one. Her theories are just too broad. Notebook, page 64. I exchanged information with Oishi every now and again. We'd each expect new leads from each other, but neither of us had any luck. I no longer believed that the tip that Satoshi-kun might have headed to Tokyo. It was clearly bogus anyway. Although I can't befriend Oishi, he's been fair about the deal. He alone has been serious about uncovering any new information. Oishi sources are quite reliable, so whenever I found some dubious tip, I'd check with him to see if it was valid. My meetings with him have diminished in frequency since he's been assigned to new cases. Eventually we stopped meeting entirely. Oishi stopped investigating, and I reached the limits of my sources of information. People now think that Satoshi-kun's disappearance was a supernatural phenomenon called demoning away. In Hinamizawa, they refer to his disappearance as him having transferred, and nobody will talk about it otherwise. I don't like the way that phrase is used to erase him. Yeah, eventually they just give up on it. Or they're forced to give up on it. Notebook, page 85. During the upheaval surrounding Oyashiro-sama's curse in 1982, I was pulled this way and that way by new leads on Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Every time I found information that looked promising, I kept changing my theories. But that also became an incredible burden on me. It wore me down plenty on its own. The fatigue was harsh, but it also provided a very kind acceptance. Bit by bit, it soothed away the anger, sadness, and doubt that wore me down. I'll never forget Satoshi-kun. I'll never try to forget him and move on. I constantly repeated those to myself in my head. I repeated them to keep my memories of Satoshi-kun from fading too, over and over, for the sake of my fun memories of Satoshi-kun. Together with my fear and my sadness, I repeated them forever and ever. Wow. This is a very long arc. Dang. Alright, that's the end of chapter 8. We are still on arc 5, but, you know, apparently we're going to be stuck on arc 5 for a hot minute. I think the answer arcs are actually longer than the regular arcs. Orcs? I don't know. Let me take off the head pads. I'm going to get you all going to the ending soon screen. Turn off the game here. Now that I've saved, let me make sure I save again because I'm paranoid. Alright, who we raiding today? I actually have a rating message now, so I can find, let me see, Nagisa's still streaming, Prince of Rage is streaming, Tub is streaming, Jajime's streaming. Why is everybody streaming tonight? Oh my gosh. Okay. Who do we raid today? I don't even know. one person I have on here that's playing anything remotely scary is Miss Lacuna, who is playing Dead by Daylight. So I think we're gonna raid her because I want to continue the trend of scary things. That is my reasoning. I don't know if that's a good reason, but it's my reason today. So we're gonna raid Miss Lacuna. I have raid message now, so everybody go, use the raid message and chat over there. I will be streaming again tomorrow night. I will be playing Dread Out, Keepers of the Dark, which is ghosty supernatural stuff. So I hope you will stop by and see me tomorrow, and I will be doing a special Halloween spooky story reading for the Literature Club meeting this month on Sunday. So I will be at the same time Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I will be gone Saturday because I will be celebrating Halloween with my family. But I will be back Sunday, so I will see you all tomorrow for the next stream. And I hope to see you all more and more. Okay, I will talk to you